Today's a good day. Today's a very good day. I managed to prepare some snacks for myself. You could say that I pretty much calmed down from my bloodlust for rage or my bloodlust for fun from Bolt Gun yesterday. That particular game, yesterday's game was I was kind of reflecting on that, like just looking back at the footage of that yesterday, and I was like, wow. I don't think I can remember the last time I've ever had fun with a video game. There was definitely some clippable moments in there, especially that crash out. Oof. Speaking of which, apparently I got a notification this morning that that particular clip would make the person who clipped it become number one. And I was like, whoa, really? That's actually really cool. And apparently, according to Mild, they wanted to name it as like Cyborg Twink, but apparently Twink is something that Twitch does not like being written in their titles. And I learned that the hard way, so I was like, you know what? What if you just did like a censor thing? Censorship is gay. Also, before I went live today, I saw some interesting things on my timeline, and I definitely have a lot of things to go over, which is pretty cool. Also, yesterday, I went a tiny bit heavy on the alcohol, because I actually went to go see some friends outside of the Zheelious costume. Like, I had my meeting and all, then I went back home, and then literally after that, I had to essentially go back out to go meet some old friends. And it was a very fun meeting. It was a very fun meeting. It was very good. In the sense that, we caught up, we shot the shit, and we were kind of just talking about our daily lives, what we're going to be doing, and all this sort of stuff. It's really great. It's really great. They don't know that I stream. That's the important distinction. They don't know that I'm Zheelious. At least I hope not. If they found out one day, I'm not sure what I'd do, to be honest. It's kind of one of those days, you know? Today I kind of just want to take it slow because I also heard in the news that Palworld 1.0 is out. And I actually happened to find the game, so I actually happen to have the game thanks to a donation from Mr. Uka Miko, a very dear friend. I was talking about how I was going to buy it the next time it was going to be on sale. And literally as I was talking about that, he decided to go offline. And then the next thing I get was a notification on my Steam. And I find that he basically bought Palworld for me. I was like, what the fuck? Sometimes I feel like I don't deserve the friends that I have. They're too good. They're too sweet. They're too kind. It's kind of also a little bit hard dealing with this kind of kindness. Because in a way, I'm pretty sure people understand that this kind of kindness is kind of hard to have, if it makes sense. And in a way, I feel pretty thankful just for having that kindness because, they trust me enough to, do something that generous for me. And to be honest, I try to do the same for them. So it kind of just works out. Um, it's it is a tiny bit strange. It almost feels like I went into like a separate reality for some reason. It's like, whoa, what's happening? What's happening? Is that really happening? And in a way, I think it just goes to show whatever you decide to give to the world, there is always that chance that the world will give back. But the caveat is that you shouldn't expect it. If you expect the world to give it to you back, you're probably going to be left feeling very disappointed. Take it from me, I've had to essentially learn that lesson the hard way for many good years. And sometimes as the human species goes, a lot of times people have to end up learning the lessons the hard way. It's not fun, but what can you really do? But yeah, today we're just going to be reacting to some stuff today. I got a couple videos I want to look over and just sort of react to. Um, there's a couple of videos I want to react to today because there is some interesting stuff that I've been seeing. And there is actually one that I managed to encounter on my subscription feed before I went live today. I wanted to have a look at that on stream, but the thing was, I was like, should I? Because it actually has something to do with that movie that's been going around for a while on Twitter called Citizen Vigilante. And it's a movie that stars Armie Hammer and essentially has him going around killing immigrants, it looks like. It was going around because a lot of people were basically saying, oh, one of the best things to come out of Hollywood, and it basically affirms what we've been saying and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, eh? Where does this come from? This movie kind of just came out of nowhere. No advertisements or anything like that. It just showed up. Like, I certainly didn't even know about it until it started spreading around. At some point, I actually wanted to give the movie a watch myself because I was curious. But I also wanted to remove the preconceived notions of what people were saying this movie is and how great it is because of that. I wanted to watch the movie as is to see if there was something it had to say. When it comes to movies, a lot of times movie filmmakers seem to forget this core principle. There's some that actually do it well, of course, but there's also like a handful that basically forget this simple fact. This simple, like it forgets having this simple notion. If you're making a movie, is there something that you have to say? Is your film audience going to understand those points? Are they going to are you going to basically guide them towards your perspective and then let them take in that information and see what they think of it? That's how I feel like most movies should go, right? But I suppose, it is what it is. That it, movie makers are going to make the films that they want to make in that specific way. It's either going to be good, it's going to be bad. Though I heard something interesting yesterday. It seems some of my friends actually hate IMAX. I don't know if anybody here hates IMAX. And basically, for some reason, they hate it because it's loud and it's so expensive. So to be fair, the expensive part, I definitely get. The loudness part is something that I'm kind of like, but shouldn't films be loud? Shouldn't it have... The point of a film is to immerse you into the experience, so it's no guaranteed secret it was probably going to be loud. Not only that, here's something that I personally kind of am peeved about. The moment that you go see a film in IMAX, it just basically ruins movie theater experiences for you. Because after you see a movie in IMAX, you never want to go back. That's the funny thing about it. Like if you go see a movie like Tron Ares, which was filmed specifically for IMAX, as soon as you see that movie in that theater, you in IMAX, you'd never want to go back to a normal movie theater after that. It's like, because the next time you go to a normal movie theater to watch something, it's just not going to feel the same. That's the one thing that peeves me. It's like, fuck. You know? So anyways, we're going to be watching some... we're going to be watching some stuff. There's actually some things I want to react to today, because I saw a lot of interesting stuff in my timeline. I made sure to try to bookmark it as much as I could, because there is some interesting things that I think we should look over. There's even a video that I would like to react to. And also some more VTuber bullshit. Though I think thankfully for the VTuber bullshit stuff, we only have at least one thing to look over. Now apparently this is also happening in the news. Usually I'd leave this for something like Tuesday, but I think today we'll just talk about it since we kind of did miss the tech aspect of this particular channel. So you might as well go react to some tech stuff on the channel, because why not? So we got ourselves a video to react to, which I hope people are excited about. So we got this first one over here. This is called The Companies Behind Your RAM Just Got Sued. So anyways, this video is called The Companies Behind Your RAM Just Got Sued. So the thing was, with the memory chip shortage that has been happening in places like in places all over the world, it's kind of no secret that at some point there was probably going to be a possibility that they were going to get sued. But I am curious to see what it's mainly about, because I don't think I've ever heard of companies behind the RAMs, like with Samsung and all that, getting sued. This could be pretty interesting. So let's see what this is all about. Hopefully the volume is okay. Oh wait, that's right. Vivaldi has this thing they like to do where, unless the window title matches, it's just going to be... Anyway, I actually know how to fix this. Hi, I'm here. Is it Icarus? Oh, Icarus! Welcome to stream! We're just about to watch this video I have over here, which is about some news surrounding the companies behind RAM. I actually have no idea what this is about, but, you know, it could be pretty interesting. So let's go look over it together, shall we?
Would you pay, on top of the previous price hike, another $150 more for an Xbox Series X.
Well, no, because at the moment, what's the point of owning a console when you can't even get the games? I'm still on VR, but watching your Steam. Oh, you're watching me on VR? That's actually pretty cool. To be honest, getting back on VR every now and then is pretty fun. I kind of just scaled back a little bit. I only just got on 2 days in a row only because it's been a while since I've been on there. So I was like, okay, I'll just do a couple of nights where I'm in there and then I'm just gonna do some stuff after that. And I was like, oh yeah, that was actually pretty fun. To be honest, I don't know if anybody has this sort of thing that's going on, but have you ever noticed that VR could essentially help in being some sort of therapy solution for people that are introverted? So what game you playing? Oh, I'm gonna be playing Pal World after this. So like after I play some, after I watch through a couple of videos that I've been wanting to watch, essentially we're gonna be watching. Essentially, we're gonna be doing the 1.0 update since that just came out. And I've actually never played Pal World before this. I thought about launching the game before the update comes out, but I was like, you know what? Let's wait till the 1.0 update comes out, and then I'll play it. So it just happened to be, really good timing. So, but no, I would not buy another. I would not buy another console because what's the point? Unless it has because I think a lot of companies seem to forget this core concept that if you're gonna make a console, you need to have games for it. Not only that, these are games that you can if these are games you can essentially get on a PC, for example, then what's the point? Like if you already have like a really beefed up PC and you're already playing all of your games on it, then what's the point of owning a console when those same games that are on those consoles are going to be on PC? You gotta at least have some exclusive titles that'll make people want to go, oh, maybe I should buy a PlayStation just for this, or maybe I should buy an Xbox just for this. It seems companies seems to be going away from this particular concept. That's why when it comes to the console market, Nintendo's the only one to do it right. But even then, when it comes to like the gaming share market, Valve is just still on top. I remember I actually discussed this with Kimple yesterday about Valve itself and how they've been dominating the gaming market for so long that they're the only ones that understand their customer base as of right now. But no, I probably wouldn't buy a console.
Even before the price hike, turns out record numbers of you weren't. Probably because of the damage of the previous price hike. You see, Xbox just posted their lowest monthly sales ever. Ever. And that's just the loudest example. The entire computer hardware market is in a lot of trouble. The companies like Lenovo even suggest that after 2030, even if component production stabilizes, that these prices are basically going to be the new normal. So, what does that mean for you? What does it mean for me? Well, what it means is the price of playing games will go up and it likely will stay up. And even if you already own your console, even if you purchased a PS5 Pro with the disc reader when it came out, something people thought was very, very expensive, well, even if you got what now looks like the greatest deal in gaming that ever existed in the last year, well, you're not going to be spared from the downsides here. You're not going to be spared from the real impact that this is going to have. So, today, we have a lot to talk about. Let's start our proceedings off with the latest price hike. It's Xbox. We're going to be paying $150 more for the 1TB models, $100 more for the 512 gig models, which really would sting on a day-to-day usability basis, and even more insanely, you'll be looking at $500/$599 for a Series S, and then $750 and $800 for a Series X, depending on whether you want a disk drive.
Which in Australia, the Xbox Series X, for example, you could be looking upwards of about $800 to $900, even passing the $1,000. Essentially, for like an Xbox, for example, you'd be looking towards buying a PC at that point. If it's crossing to the point where you're about to pay $1,000 just for a console, just get a PC at that point. There's just no point. I thought Xbox Series X cost like almost 800 euros in UK. That's expensive. It gets worse. It gets a lot worse from here. Because what you saw on the screen, I believe that's US dollars, if I'm not mistaken. So if you consider the exchange rate and the inflation and tariff prices, it's going to be higher.
Now, does that mean the 2 terabyte version is safe?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. No, why did I say euros? I seem to confuse pound and euros a lot. I'm so sorry.
No, it's not safe. It's actually. Now, does that mean the 2 terabyte version is safe? No, it's not safe. It's actually the least safe because it's been discontinued. It's quite simply too expensive to source and produce. Now,
of course.
For context here, the budget Series S now costs what a Series X cost when it came out. That's mad. Now, we've known since 2022 that Xbox loses up to $200 on every console they sell. There's no evidence that has changed, that it's got lower. Now,
what? They lose $200 every time they sell an Xbox? That's actually wild. So what you're telling me, every time they sell a console, they're basically losing money. I've never heard of a practice like that. That is wild.
The idea here is that they make that money back in subscriptions and store sales. That's long been the gaming console business model. But there is, it seems, a limit to even what Xbox, what Microsoft can afford, especially in this new era of hardware costs. Suppliers aren't giving Xbox better options, and since the last price increase in October, things have gotten worse. And they will get worse. Console storage and memory prices have already jumped up by more than 2.5 times, and we're still expecting another doubling by the autumn of 2027.
Oh my gosh. You know what I'm thinking? I think by that time that season rolls around, we're going to be expecting what is essentially the building steps to another video game crash. I think the last video game crash we had was in 1983, where I think it was after the release of E.T. for the Atari 2600. That game actually contributed to the video game crash in 1983, but also the economics status during that time was that games were getting too expensive to make in the West, and essentially what happens is, people were getting less and less interested in video game consoles at that point because of how expensive it was. So they decided so during that time, home computers was on the rise. The video game crash would only end after Nintendo would essentially come into the market with the Nintendo Entertainment System. But how they made it work was that they didn't sell it as a video game console. They sold it as an home entertainment system. That's why they called it the NES. And that kind of marketing actually made it work so well. That is how the NES was able to sell very well during 1984 to 1985. I think 1985 is when it officially came out. Fun fact, Xbox users made new accounts to get Game Pass for £1 and linked that account to their Xbox to avoid paying £10. Really? You could do that? So they basically pay at least £1, and then they basically link that account to their Xbox to avoid paying the £10, the £10. That's pretty. To be honest, that's pretty sneaky. You set it as your home Xbox in settings. Damn. If only I knew that, and I essentially bought an Xbox. But oh well.
You may be thinking, well, surely they understand that selling hardware at a loss is still better than not selling any hardware at all. Well,
not really.
True, but it really does depend on how much that loss leader is going to lose. Okay, this bit starts off.
Because, losing $200 every time you sell a console is somewhat still pretty big.
A little funny. So, per Circana's sales data for the US games market, things are actually good. Up 38% year on year. Now, there's a little quibble on that data, and it's basically that it's good as long as you're called Nintendo. The Switch 2, ahead of its own price hikes, outpaced a 43% drop in PS5 spending, while unit sales dropped 58%. Xbox shockingly went up by 7% in spending, but units sold dropped by 12%. So what we see is that both Xbox and PlayStation had their worst May ever for unit sales, and thanks to the price increases, they made more money. So the unit sales being lower didn't really matter, and that is all.
Because I think eventually Xbox would eventually join that ship. And it's only because of the abundance of hardware. I think we know who to thank for that one.
Ultimately, the short-sighted logic that's underpinning all of this. As long as the cost is balanced out by sales, they're just going to keep going, right? The price hikes basically will continue. And that's because the people producing all this tech simply don't think the situation's going to get better. And according to WCCF Tech, who reported on an analyst firm called Jefferies Equity Research, well, they're expecting a 40 to 50% price rise in Q3 2026 versus the current quarter. After that,
40 to
we're to brace for another
50%?
30 to 40% price hike in Q4 of 2026, and in 2027, a 40 to 45% year-on-year hike is suggested, with the only recovery coming by 2028.
So about 2 years' time. What the fuck is this reality? So basically, they'll just keep going up and up and up and up, and then finally it's going to go down. And then they project that it's finally going to start going down by 2028.
So effectively, prices will likely double before 2028. And that's because, well, locked-in contract demand is devouring production of the components that go into these consoles. Now that might get a little better in 2028 because new production lines will open up about 15 to 20% more of the market, but that's not guaranteed to fix the price problems. We all know what's driving this, of course, and at the International Supercomputing Conference 2026, per Computer Base, Lenovo staff jokingly told onlookers that, quote, "It'll never be like last year again."
Yeah, no shit.
So that's rough. And even when the new production infrastructure comes online, they explained that it's mostly going to go into fulfilling contracts that have already been signed. So, post-2030, these new higher prices are simply going to be a new normal. Memory manufacturer Micron validated that, announcing a 5-year plan of fixed contracts with 16 customers, guaranteeing what the register recorded as, quote, "a very robust gross margin for Micron." So basically, they're locking down their profits for the next while, which is at least in part, well, why they just got sued. And that brings us onto the component manufacturing side.
This is the story that I
Samsung,
wanted to
SK
hear about.
Hynix, and Micron have all just been sued in a federal class action case in a California court. Surfaced by WCCF Tech, the suit alleges that the trio's control over 90% of the RAM market means they are effectively creating an anti-consumer monopoly, one that punishes regular consumers by lowering commercial production and using AI as an excuse to do so. Of course, here when we say commercial production, that basically just means production of stuff that is meant for, well, you or me, not say.
Seems like they grab a fund. Wait. Seems like their turns grab a bunch of funds to lower the cost for marketing, in my opinion. I think it's kind of more. Sorry. Oh yeah, seems like they're trying to grab a bunch of funds to lower the cost for marketing, in my opinion. There's probably a possibility for that. Initially, when the memory chip shortage was happening, because a lot of the NVIDIA cards, for example, like the 40 series and the 50 series, the first sign of problems was when they essentially got a price hike. And it was because those particular graphics cards were being bought out at bulk by AI data centers. Because in order to power the AI language models, they needed a bunch of graphics cards in order to power their system. So something tells me they probably got a hint from PewDiePie when he bought like a bunch of 4,000 graphics cards or something like that to power his own AI model. So I don't think they realize what kind of damage they essentially created. Oops.
a big data center. Now, there is at least some precedent here. The suit actually points to Samsung, who in 2005 were facing what was at the time the second largest antitrust fine in US history,
Oh
at
shit.
$300 million, with Hynix and Micron also being under scrutiny. But the differences between then and now are specific and they do matter. You see, back then, it was a Department of Justice investigation into criminal behavior, not a civil class action. And there were far fewer murky contracts around demand, causing issues with proving intent to conspiracy instead of just a real production bottleneck. And if that all seems like confusing gobbledygook, I wouldn't really blame you. Basically, when it comes to all these big data center build-outs, well, they're planned years in advance. Huge contracts are signed with massive deal values. But obviously, getting the components built and all of that stuff, it
Hello,
takes
Hashot.
things
Welcome to the
happening in
stream.
the real physical world. And that kind of causes the murkiness that makes cases like this one a little bit tricky. And in terms of proving a literal conspiracy to lower production, well, there are...
We're just watching some news related to the price hikes that are happening for consoles right now. And it seems that apparently a lot of the companies that provide the memory chips, like Samsung and Micron, they're getting sued in a class action lawsuit. What's your opinion on the Steam Deck since it's related basically to the console situation? It's kind of interesting. I mean, the Steam Deck had come out originally before. I mean, if you're talking about the Steam machine, I have some things about that. Steam Deck, I wouldn't say I have much about that because it's a good handheld. I would say better than the, like compared to the Nintendo Switch, for example, it's a better console. Yeah, the machine. So the Steam machine, when it first came onto the scene, there was some bit of hope when that essentially came out. Though I think people were able to essentially prove how you could I think what let people down was the Steam machine specs, because I think what caught a lot of people's attention was why is it that I think for most people like myself, it was like a little bit underwhelming. But it's also no surprise why it's like that because of the memory chip shortage that was happening around that time. Did you hear how the Steam machine got the red light of death after 20 minutes of using it all over Reddit? No, yes, I did hear about that. I read up about it, and essentially what happened was the red line of death that was occurring with that particular Steam machine. It turns out the guy was able to fix it by just leaving that Steam machine off for after a while. And there was even some discussion that happened about Reddit involving the red line of death, because even some people were confused as to why exactly this was an issue, and there was even some deliberation and things that happened. Literally, that problem ended up getting fixed just by leaving the console off for a while. What are we talking about? But yeah, if you're talking about console stuff, yeah, they're on trouble. Yeah, I feel like the entire video game industry is in trouble. Because when it comes to hardware, that's like the biggest thing that's in trouble right now, because a lot of the hardware that's necessary to build these consoles is just getting bought out in bulk, which is why there's a shortage right now, because AI data centers are essentially making deals with these companies to procure those particular technologies to power their language learning models. To be honest, I don't even want to say it's entirely a fault of theirs, because in a way they're basically trying to get on top of that particular technology. Hey mom, thanks for coming in. Yes, you're late. You are very late. Expect a letter of apology on my desk. It reminds me of the old Xbox 360 rumors of the red ring of death when they released Xbox One, and people accused Microsoft for the red light of death. Oh, because originally it was the red ring of death. Red light of death was for the Steam machine. But no, that is actually pretty interesting. Because I remember my first experience with the red ring of death was actually when I was playing a demo version of the Xbox 360 console in like a store. But this was like years ago when they used to do that. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see where this goes from here. My prediction is that there's going to be a video game crash of some sort.
Little bit tricky. And in terms of proving a literal conspiracy to lower production, well, there are things like, say, the Korean government investing 100 trillion won alongside 800 trillion from Samsung and SK Hynix on building new production infrastructure that's worth about 576 billion USD. So when that stuff's happening, they can obviously, point to that and say, well, look at all the infrastructure we're trying to build. But as interesting as a supply chain deep dive would be for maybe some of us here, I think I would like it. Well, more than anything, what actually matters is that this trial won't resolve any of the problems that we're facing anytime fast.
No.
I mean, the lawsuit is likely to take as long as, well, Micron's current contracts, if we're even that lucky. And that's why we need to talk about the other solutions that are on the table. What if we just got rid of the hardware?
This is why companies shouldn't be making too much expensive. Then again, governments are all full of greed itself. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the reality of it. Even if there's so many solutions that come out to try to basically lower the price, the truth is, I don't think they're just going to go back. Companies want to essentially make back the profit that they've essentially asked for to make those particular consoles. And for them, it's probably going to require doing price hikes. So this kind of particular reality is pretty scary. Thought. How much of AI data centers are being used for flock systems? That is actually a very good question. The sad thing is, and I hate to admit this, unfortunately, I know people that are now working at these AI data centers. So basically, I have a way in of essentially getting some information based on it. If there is a way I can essentially get more information about that in order for me to bring it to the world to see what exactly is going on, to be honest, that would be really useful. It would be really useful in a way to see how gamers can essentially tackle this issue. Pretty much, I don't mind talking politics as well, but governments are the reason why our world is in trouble and their war. To be honest, a lot of politicians in a lot of different governments, they basically go around like babies. I kind of view them as grown men and women that basically act like children. They want to say that they're very excited about changing the world, but the reality is they're going to be working for companies and they're looking to maximize profit. That is going to be the reality of the situation. Oh, I'm actually just noticing the chat box is overlapping a bit. Let me fix that. Hold on, I'm noticing the... Just fix that for you. There we go. Fixed. Just gonna fix that for you. Okay. Sorry, just wanted to fix the chat box. Anyways, exactly what they are, right? My friend claimed he said he got paid by these systems, and there was no limit to what he could spend. Wait, repeat that one more time, Icarus. So your friend is claiming that they got paid by these particular systems. So are they being paid by those AI data centers, and there was no limit to what they could spend? The thing is that companies have to make their profit back because we've had court cases that came to that conclusion. Otherwise, they'll lose more money to investors. Ban the stock market. I think I remember discussing with Kimple yesterday because we were talking about companies essentially going public, where we both essentially came to the conclusion when companies go public, because a lot of companies' main motive is to go public and essentially make more stock back. But when they do, investors essentially have to invest into that particular company. And because of that, companies will be going through like this dormant process where they will have to continuously try to make all their money back to pay back the investors that invested into their company. And it's a never-ending cycle. So when it does go into bankruptcy and they can't pay them anymore, usually that's when they have to sell to somebody else and they essentially continue that cycle. When I thought about that, when they said that, I remember thinking, you know what, that's a very predatory practice if you really think about it. Now I understand why going public is essentially the worst idea ever. You'd be leading yourself towards engaging in a very predatory practice that there's no end for. He said something about Flock, he got permission, he can spend what he wants in simplicity. Jesus, really? I'm probably going to need some clarification as to what Flock is. I'm assuming it's some sort of AI thing. Even as someone who I used to play Total War series, is it CA? Is on bankrupt movement. Wait, who's CA? I'm probably going to need some clarification on that one.
All together, right? What if you didn't have to own it? Well, as much as their whole
Creative Assembly,
This Is
okay,
an
got
Xbox
it.
campaign was not a big hit with people, and that means the cloud.
Creative Assembly is on bankrupt movement. So, I kind of get that. I would say that's more of the fault of Games Workshop in particular, because I'm looking at it from the perspective of what's been going on, for example, recently with Star Wars. Look up Flock Security. It's a deep dive. I'll definitely have to look that up if that's the case.
The hardware all together, right? What if you didn't have to own it? Well, as much as their whole This Is an Xbox campaign was not a big hit with people, and that means the cloud may no longer be an Xbox, let's think about it realistically. For playing a game like GTA 6 this year, access via xCloud is going to be far cheaper and far faster than even buying a Series S.
That's why cloud gaming is essentially being looked into. And why that's probably going to be the next thing to take off. It was being early implemented, I think, when the Google Stadia essentially came out. So it's kind of wild that is the way the Google Stadia essentially comes back. Also, I feel like GTA 6 is going to be horrible at initial release. We actually heard the news about how with Grand Theft Auto 6, they're going to make you submit your ID. Apparently, this is a thing. They're going to make you submit your ID just in order to play the game. I saw that and I was like, what? Really? You're going to make people submit your ID just to play a video game? We've already had this happen with VR chat. Why would you want to do it for like a video game where you're just not talking to real people? You're talking to fucking NPCs. What the fuck? And apparently they mentioned something about how that particular game is going to have pride parades. And my first thought was, if people play this game, I know exactly what they're going to do at those quote-unquote pride parades. Oh no, this is going to be a train wreck.
Because, to remind you, the Series S is as much as a Series X cost at launch. And I would not like to try running a game like GTA 6 on a bloody Series S. Something with, architectural upgrades, yes, but broadly speaking, raw horsepower that's closer to the previous generation of consoles. In fact, I'd almost say if you've got the internet, it's probably better to stream it than try it in a Series S. I mean, it would be faster to start. Would it be better? Well, on performance, it might be better. Of course, there's the whole feeling of do you actually own your games, and it certainly wouldn't feel as good on that side. But if hardware prices keep climbing like this, companies will simply...
Imagine they can't even do that as well. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? They'll probably try to do something about it. But, again, it's going to be really funny to watch this particular train wreck involving GTA 6. I wasn't already like a big fan of Grand Theft Auto. Like, I thought San Andreas was pretty good. I thought it was fine, but I thought it wasn't like something that I could personally be into. But, I didn't mind people that were essentially playing it. But, no, it's going to be really funny seeing how people are essentially going to be going about this. Hold on. Flock advertises themselves as security designed to pick up keywords like fires, shootings, dangerous situations, etc. But when you realize that they're being put into smart devices, lights on trails, and even smoke detectors inside public restrooms and ask what other keywords they're looking for, you can see how dangerous that is. I think it was already obvious since like 2008 that there was already like a sort of fear that's going on about mass surveillance technology, especially what it's going to be used for. The Dark Knight, for example, showcased this particular technology in full display when Batman essentially created the mass surveillance technology using the sonar stuff to try to find the Joker. And in his case, it was a necessary evil in order to try to find the Joker because of how unpredictable he was. But even everyone notices in that theater as this particular concept was made, they realized the gravity of having such technology, and even they said, this is wrong. But I guess nowadays that moral compass has essentially shifted. Locke is the current iteration of it. Dear God, we're going to be having a very interesting time. What are the chances they're going to start implementing that particular technology into apartment complexes?
We start looking for alternatives. The market will find a way, because it'll be incentivized to do so. And to put it simply, spinning up an instance in a data center is pretty damn easy to do. That data center is going to be loaded with GPUs and stuff. Those GPUs can be ran at as close to 100% utilization as the data center people can manage, which means that they can certainly get a hell of a lot more money out of that GPU than, well, you know, if you bought it and it was only used a tiny percentage of the time whenever you actually turn your console on. Which is, of course, one of the reasons why the big data center companies are willing to pay far, 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 far more money for any of those components than a regular consumer will be. Unfortunately, does mean that the market incentives are pointing towards streaming. On a first order basis, to me and you, it...
Yep, towards streaming. Thanks a lot, AI data centers. More people are pushing back, and there's been cases is people actively destroy them here recently. Like actually destroying that? Damn. Here's a question. Has anybody been getting arrested for destroying that? Because technically that would be destruction of public property. Technically the authorities would have that excuse. Because really think about it. There's an active pushback against it, and people are essentially destroying anything that has, possibility of being flock security. And because of that, they'll essentially go, okay, they destroyed my public property that has my surveillance technology in it. Go arrest them for destruction of public property. And they can essentially do that. Not that I know of, but since it's code, you shouldn't get in trouble. Maybe if they were to track your IP, then potentially. Interesting. I haven't heard of any arrests yet. Maybe not yet, but maybe they're also keeping it on the low key, because if this was to basically break out into public knowledge, what are the chances that more people are going to do it when they find out?
May not matter, may not be that relevant. We've already got our own hardware.
Maybe it's more so they know if news of any arrests related to that were to break out, more people would essentially do it, and that's exactly something that they don't want. They want to have their surveillance technology intact. They want that shit.
On a first order basis, to me and you, it may not matter, may not be that relevant. We've already got our own hardware, but to anyone who is making that decision fresh, they look at the difference between cloud when maybe they already have good internet and what it costs to buy a Series S. Well, yeah, things are going to be more cloudy. But still, yielding to cloud feels like a big loss, doesn't it? So,
I mean, in some cases, yeah. I don't mind people that mass migration Middle East and rather places like Turkey and Azerbaijan or Armenia then crush dictatorship and make it into safe haven against radical West. Whoa, that was a sentence and a half. I had to really think about that for a second. Was that on topic? Sorry, Hashot, I got completely confused. If they arrested people, it would cause a Streisand. You know Skynet from Terminator? Lol, people think are trying to get on their good side since everyone's tired of all this coding security units. God, I've been warning about this for years. It takes one dumb fuck to create Skynet. That was my one warning against AI. It needed regulations, and because, like I said, it takes one dumb fuck to create Skynet, and here you have dumb fucks creating Skynet. Fuck. This is what happens when people don't heed my warning.
What if we just make it easier to buy things? Well, let's go back to Xbox for a moment. Asha Sharma's April words to staff were about the future, and they're...
Oh yeah, I've actually heard some things about Asha Sharma. Apparently there was like a news story that had come out recently related to it. And apparently it wasn't very good. I think it was after the Microsoft layoffs had essentially happened. That was topic AI. Oh, okay. Yeah, that confused me for a second. I was like, wait, what does this have to do with AI? But anyways, it was, I think, because she came out with some news, I think, after the layoffs with Microsoft had essentially happened, including people from the Xbox team. Different game companies had lost over some of their employees, upwards of about 200, I think 2,000. I know it was a really high number, and it was pretty bad. And I think essentially people got so pissed off about that. Fun fact, the Microsoft layoffs happened since a group of hackers called Teddy Bears took over. They got punished by their employees. Wait, really? Is that what happened? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that was actually the story about it, actually. I just remember the layoffs happened, but I didn't gauge down as to why exactly that happened. They took the servers, banned voice chats. Oh, is this because of the whole Minecraft thing? Because I remember I showed that to Fowls, because I think there was something that they were saying about they should make private Minecraft servers illegal or something like that. And it was the stupidest thing ever. I remember me and Fowls were just essentially making fun of how retarded that whole thing was. And invite notifications and stuff. Yeah, so it was the Minecraft thing, yeah. Basically, but they got carried away, then Microsoft lost control over their own network. Yeah, serves them right. Serves them right, honestly. That's what you get for being retarded. But honestly, saving one place... Honestly, Microsoft deserved it. This is why they should stay off the internet so they don't look so retard. For those who know. But honestly, saving one place at a time is pretty, because since I know our government is pretty much middle of all things. If we fall and disagree with West or East, we are changing whole world rules. I think when it really comes down to it, America is one of the last places that has the concept of freedom written down, and people are essentially trying to maintain that particular piece. Though it is also an uphill battle, but it's also why people all over the world are essentially looking at America and going, man, America is going to shit. Even people were trying to dissuade me, for example, if I was to move to America one day, and I was like, guys, I'd still do it. I'd still do it only because I get to at least be more myself. If I get to be more of myself in another country than what I currently have in Australia, I would go there. And don't get me wrong, I do love Australia. I do like the country in what it has given me. But if there is an opportunity where I get to be more of myself and have more opportunities in another country than what it could provide me here, I would take it. I would 100% take it. It's like make other countries hate each other to keep their weird mentality of power. All countries are fucked, in my opinion. Yeah, unfortunately, that is also a fair take to have. Causing a strike sign is going to cause more problems. It is, unfortunately. And we are also one who are important on all things, especially on politics. Geopolitically, yes. Yeah, also that I agree with. And I think it's not exactly a weird take to have. Like I said, I think that's how you could probably bonk me in the head for this if I'm wrong. In my opinion, with what I said, this is what true patriarchy is.
May be going to feel prophetic in at least one sense. An Xbox console is right now even less affordable, but there is at least one thing, and that is flexible pricing. Here's what Asher had to say. What
Flexible pricing.
In this next era? Xbox will be built to be...
Hold on. Remember what Magruder said? Previous strategies won't work. The powers that be have figured out that they're just waiting for people to get bored is way more effective than trying to punish them. Causing a Streisand is going to cause more problems. Oh, okay. Now I get what you were saying. It's related to the previous video that we watched before we ended stream that day. Yeah. That is what he said. And I think that's why something like propaganda is now being pushed a lot more than it is. Essentially, I remember there was a comment via a CopyZilla video where somebody had talked about propaganda, and it said something to this effect. Actually, let me try to find it for you guys real quick. To be honest, I actually know exactly which video this is. It was CopyZilla AI deepfakes. Where is it? Here it is, right here. Hello, internet? Internet, please.
Those were totally fake and
There we
not
go.
based on any kind of facts. So I'm not saying deepfake propaganda is honestly well understood in places like Russia who are more familiar with propaganda, but Westerners are far more naive. They think they could never fall for such cheap tricks.
I'm Russian. I grew up in Russia, and when people in
It's
the
this
West
one right
talk
here.
about propaganda, I usually understand the theory they're describing, but emotionally it feels foreign, because what they imagine is very clean, very cinematic. Real propaganda is messer, more boring, more human. For a long time I thought propaganda was something that only worked on people who weren't very smart, and that belief itself is exactly what propaganda relies on. Because propaganda doesn't need to make you stupid, it just needs to make you tired. When you live inside it, propaganda doesn't arrive as an event. There is no moment where you say, ah yes, now the propaganda has begun. The real version is quieter, more psychological, more human. Propaganda doesn't shout at you until you believe. It talks until you're too tired to care, and that's why it works.
Yeah, he's right. And now imagine what happens when slop deepfakes allow propaganda to be churned out at scale.
This is in context with the AI deepfakes essentially being used to push for propaganda, especially when it's done by all different governments, including the US. But the concept of propaganda doesn't need to make you feel more stupid. It just needs to make you feel tired. We're essentially at a point that, yes, people are feeling tired, and it's exactly because of that propaganda has essentially been pushed a lot more. I mean, shit, this video is correct. It's like how people see military when you're in it. Like, I was in it, it feels normal, but people make it seem like it's more. There is some truth in that, too. I agree. Man, I'm also more classic ancestral patriotic beliefs, too. In regards to patriarchy, yeah. When I say, in my view, that's true patriarchy. It's where you can essentially like a country for what it gives you, but when you essentially move to another country, you're not leaving your love for that particular country behind. You're essentially moving to the next chapter. And also, we have that propaganda by Erdogan, who does say himself, "I made all things, made everything," or some shit. Is that like a historian? Is that some sort of historian? But yeah, this in regards to this, yes.
Affordable, personal, and open. We will offer flexible pricing so it's easy to get started and keep playing. Well, what if she sounded prophetic because she was a CEO who was...
No, he's the president of Turkey.
Oh,
okay.
When the price hike was announced, so too was flexible payment options. So basically, buy now, pay later stuff, interest-free financing, all that stuff like, say, Klarna has just been added to Xbox's own platforms. and they're ramping up support for secondhand consoles as well, their own ones and also other people's ones. So basically, it is them approaching the problem in the most pragmatic way possible. The cost of the product in relation to its component costs can't really change, so some things will cost.
Wait, repeat
Has
that?
just been interest-free flexible payment options. So basically, buy now, pay later stuff, interest-free financing, all that stuff, like say Klarna, has just been added to Xbox's own platforms. And they're ramping up support for secondhand consoles as well, their own ones and also other people's ones. So
Wait, we are working with retail partners on new programs to provide previously played consoles at lower prices. Players who are ready to upgrade or no longer use the console will be able to trade it in with participating retail partners for cash or store credit. These consoles will then be made available at lower prices for players. So essentially, they're going to start doing the same thing with pre-owned consoles like they're doing for pre-owned games. And also, they're probably going to be looking towards more rental options too.
basically, it is them approaching the problem in the most pragmatic way possible. The cost of the product in relation to its component costs can't really change, so some things will be passed on to customers, but what we can change is the way that customers approach those prices. Because they recognize you cannot afford these new prices. But all they can do about it is tinker with how you pay, or say the quality of the console that you'll get, or find some new method.
And yet he goes make taxes of actual people rather than do it himself. Basically, Erdogan is pretty much how Trump is, but he completely has leadership. Interesting. I actually did not know that. The U.S. is the last bastion of freedom because you get to be unapologetically yourself. How much do we? Because you get to be unapologetically yourself. How much do we hear of how bad America is? How much do we hear how little freedom America has? How much do we hear about how terrible our military is? And now we just had a ton of people visiting U.S. And are singing its praises to such a degree that many want to live here. That is the biggest global propaganda. In a way, that is actually a pretty good point. The closest American state place that I got to visit was Canada. And even over there, I was essentially feeling like, hey, maybe this place isn't so bad. Now, at some point, I actually would like to visit America myself at some point in the future. I am saving up to a point where I essentially want to make that goal a reality, and I'm working towards small things over here in Australia to make that trip essentially happen. And it's probably still going to take a lot of time. But the one thing with me is that I essentially want to make that work. And hopefully I can get it to a point where I can make that work. See, I can understand the U.S. military since I've hung out with them since I am from the UK, but you're not wrong. Even the U.S. Marines tell me how fucked it is. When I was in America, I wasn't allowed to leave base since American soil was special, is what they told me. It was crazy. That was when you were in the military, right? Like, you weren't allowed to leave base because American soil was special, is what they told me. It was crazy. Yeah, there are some interesting perspectives here. I think in some ways it is the last bastion of freedom, and there's also some good stuff. There's always like a good side about America, which I think people are heavily reviewing in. But I also don't think compared to like other countries, they're ignoring the darker side of America too. And I do like, for example, American citizens are aware of the dark side of America, especially with like the amount of political violence that has essentially been happening. Yesterday, when I met up with some friends, they told me about a story where, so what happened was in one of the states of Australia, the Prime Minister of India decided to visit. And essentially what happened was there was this video that they saw. I've never seen the video myself, so I wouldn't know. So there was a video of the Prime Minister of India essentially interacting with the people that are in India that are from India that live here in Australia, and they're essentially playing like their Indian music and their cultural stuff, and it's like all happy go lucky and dancing. Then on the other side of that, there's a row of people. I don't know. They never specified if it was like all whites or if it was like people of different ethnicities or whatever. And it was them holding up signs related to anti-immigration. Now, and apparently he found that so empowering because even if he disagreed with the idea of anti-immigration, he was empowered because it was this energy of, two opposing political sides having a civil disagreement with each other, and it's not resorting to violence. At that time, I basically said, I definitely understand where they're coming from, even though they disagreed with me for it, and we shared our various perspectives on the matter. We still walked away feeling like we were friends. And I think that was such an important thing. And the one thing I did agree with was the idea of, yes, it's really the way it should be, and it shouldn't be resorting to political violence like what happened with Charlie Kirk. When a military member tells you how bad America is, they're usually referring to the government. That is true. I was a Marine since 18, and I'm turning 25 this year. I did my 5-year contract and a bit more due to an extension. Oh, first of all, hopefully your birthday's coming up pretty soon, and also happy birthday if it has happened yet already. But yeah, there are some very interesting perspectives here. Damn, I really am becoming a political channel. I don't mind, of course.
Of letting you play video games without a console. So yeah, cloud and payment plans. It certainly is a story of 2026, isn't it? But the thing is, the ramifications of this won't just be about new hardware. Now, you may be sitting there thinking, I've got a console, I've got a PC, I can run most games, I don't need the latest advancements, I'm fine.
Next month, I'm dragging your ass to Trig with me August 20th. Well, shit. Wait, when's August 20th again? Hold on, let me double check my calendar. Oh, okay. Yeah, I probably might still be here. I know during that particular week, there is probably going to be a convention around that point. In Australia, anyway.
Say you're actually still at risk. PlayStation just put out their investor Q&A for the year, right? And alongside new signups, they're now also judging success on lifetime value per customer, whether each player turns into, well, profit. And when user acquisition slows down, fewer players means that the spend per player has got to rise to compensate, right? That's what Sony CFO Lin Tao said back in February of this year. And here's the quote from her. We intend to minimize the impact of the increased memory costs on gaming going forward by prioritizing monetization of the installed base to date and striving to further expand our software and network services revenue.
And because of that, they decided to remove physical releases. I gotta pass out since I gotta meet my sister tomorrow, and it's already 1:18 a.m. So I gotta catch you. I'll catch you around. No worries, Icarus. Thank you so much for visiting. If you like what you saw, make sure you follow my page. Even leave a subscription or even clip some stuff that you like. Oh, and speaking of that, thank you so much for the follow, Icarus VR. Thank you for being a fellow Anomatron. We hope to see you around more. I'll definitely be streaming again tomorrow at around 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which is usually around 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And also tomorrow, I will be announcing what days I will be streaming regularly every single week. And basically, from those streams, you will be either seeing myself or Eden or both of us. Maybe even a collab every once in a while if we can make that work. She'll be here around 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock my time. Pretty cool. Hope you have a fun time with your sister. Definitely do drop by again next time if you'd like. Let's continue.
is exactly what it sounds like, and that is every company's position in the end. Hardware revenue will eventually fall, the same way hardware sales have. And even the companies who only sell software will of course suffer from a smaller addressable audience if these trends are to continue. What that'll mean is making profits based on just the sales of the game will be harder, and that means they'll likely have to monetize their existing audiences further and further. That may mean finding new ways to sell you hardware, maybe some new ways to access games. It'll mean
Of course, I'm done with my drinking weekend, so I got more spare time to chill on one stream. Oh, that's awesome! That's awesome!
most certainly higher console prices, and accordingly more intense monetization of everything in a given console's ecosystem. How each company chooses then to find that additional revenue is basically what we're all going to feel over the next 5 years. And that's because with the raw component costs, there is a new normal. We're adapting to that as consumers, they're adapting to it as companies, and how well and how consumer friendly they are and how they adapt to that, well, I think that is going to rather massively impact how we feel towards them. And the thing I want to ram home before the end here is just some of the I'm going to say the hard economics. Whenever the Steam machines ended up being too expensive, I saw loads of people talking about Gabe's fleet of yachts and his new home that he purchased.
I did see those tweets, yes.
Because Gabe is a uber wealthy billionaire, right? And people look at the new thing from his company and it's way more expensive than anyone wanted it to be, that company included. Now the thing is, if we're in a situation where we're basically saying, hello there, super billionaire, could you please, out of the kindness of your heart, subsidize the increased component cost in a way that is just divorced from the actual unit economics of the business? That's not a great situation for us to be in. So what we really need to think about here is just some of those input costs and ultimately the value that can be derived from the components, say the HBM, as just one example. Now ultimately, let's just say you got a bunch of GPUs in a data center that are able to achieve, okay, even if it's nowhere near 100%, like even say 50 or 60% utilization, if you have that all of the time, and who knows, maybe it's inference of a large language model, maybe it's cloud gaming, maybe it's just whatever other database stuff there is. Obviously, the company will be able to earn a lot more revenue out of that hardware purchase than, say, you will. I mean, not that you're making money out of it anyway, which is almost the point. Whenever you go to buy a GPU, it's because you want to have fun with it. You want to play games. Whenever a company goes to buy a GPU, it's pretty goddamn different. And ultimately, it seems that as cloud centralization furthers and furthers and furthers, the companies will be able to make more and more and more out of those GPUs. And what it basically means is that if the big cloud companies can make way more money off that stuff, then they can afford to spend way more on it. If it's seen as being a big growth area, then they can make very large commitments and, things can almost get a little bit, say, speculative of future growth. That's obviously going to drive the prices up further. And ultimately, it will make no sense to just sell stuff to regular consumers for a fraction of the money that they could get selling it to a huge big company. And of course, the funny thing about this is one of those companies.
This is why I really want to be anti-corporation. This is why I want to be anti-corporation so bad. Fucking hate it here.
Companies is Microsoft. One of the reasons why Asha is having a hard time getting you an Xbox for a decent amount of money is that other parts of Microsoft are gobbling up all the supply that they can. And that's
and basically contributing more to AI bloatware for the Windows 11 PC. And apparently they're going to try and win back their user base with Windows K2, even though they said that they're going to be using Steam OS as a base. That's got to be pretty big when you're essentially looking to one of your competitors as a reference point, as a gold standard for what your gaming PC OS should be. Hilarious even. And this is why Windows is now losing to Linux. And at some point, I will eventually switch to Linux. I just gotta make it work somehow.
Because those parts of Microsoft expect to earn way more money from that hardware spend than Asha and Xbox would if they just put that stuff into, into an Xbox. So yeah, we're quite literally playing second fiddle, because it turns out this stuff that makes our games run really good and look really pretty can just be used to make way more money in other places. So that's a bit of a tangent that I bolted on to the end, and to be clear, I don't love this situation. Like, I really don't love this situation, but
I don't think anybody does.
Worth us thinking about the actual reasons why things are happening. I mean, as much fun as people seem to be doing angry tweets over how Gabe isn't doing philanthropy for the gamers by subsidizing the hardware costs, it's just not really helpful. And if I've got some of your time and attention here, I'd rather put the focus on the stuff that at least explains what the hell's going on. Okay, that's it, but there's a lot more going on. And one of those things involves physical discs. Get ready to say goodbye to them, and you can learn about why.
Yes, the physical disc drama, which that was a pickled peach. Apparently the Steam Deck and Steam Machine default run on Linux. Yes, so they use Steam OS, which is essentially a Linux-based distro that Steam essentially made themselves. Now, the thing is with Steam OS, it works for a majority of the games that are on Steam's marketplace, but it doesn't work for all of them, because I think, for example, games like Fortnite and a bunch of other first-person shooter games like Apex and things like that does not run on Steam OS. Also, by default, Linux is a good antivirus because Linux doesn't know how to eat virus software. There is some truth in that too, yeah. That's why I really did think about really wanting to switch to, essentially wanting to switch to Linux at some point, because you said read virus software, but you could say eating virus software is a pretty good option too. Like, really think about it. Essentially, a computer is eating the virus software and then it becomes infected. It sees the virus software, it eats it up, and it basically gets infected. So, you weren't exactly wrong, But anyways, there is some interesting things that I think we are living in one of the worst timelines, especially in the world of gaming. And like I said, I do think we're going to be experiencing another form of a video game crash. So already they're going to be trying to essentially look for ways to save that. But I don't really know if there's any way to save it. Like, I know there's already the whole thing with cloud gaming, which they've already experimented with the use of Xbox Game Pass, for example. But I really don't know if there's any way of saving it. I'm already sick. I don't need my computer to get sick either. It's okay. Your computer won't get sick if you're at least smart. If you're smart about it, you just don't click random links. Except if it is for my stream. Oh yeah, also happy birthday to oh yeah, I actually forgot this was out. Bricks and Minifigs. So Reckless Ben was finally able to release his new video. So for those who don't know, the Bricks and Minifigs situation was pretty wild. And essentially, the long and short of it is that essentially there was a lot of problems on all sides, including from the government and from the Bricks and Minifigs company. Now, apparently, Bricks and Minifigs essentially put out a press release that they're going to return every single one of Brian Mensel's Legos that was put on consignment. As of right now, I haven't seen if they essentially returned that. But maybe at some point I can actually look at this particular video. Wow, it's about 47 minutes. That's actually pretty wild. No, there is actually another video I want to watch. The collapse of YouTube's largest scam. From what I saw on the thumbnail, apparently this is relating to Machinima. Now the thing is, I actually remember Machinima from back in the day, because they actually released some pretty banger content like Sonic for Hire, which for a time when I was a kid was a really good show. At least a show that I enjoyed. And then basically the studio that created Sonic for Hire would go on to create Dorkly Bits, which I also watched for like a little bit when they were still around. So I'm actually interested in seeing what this particular scam is all about.
If you were around on YouTube in the early 2010s, there's a good chance you saw some crazy 3D intros before people's content or gaming videos. And one of those intros was definitely Machinima. Now, Machinima was a part of what is called a multi-channel network, or MCN. MCNs back then were sold to creators as the golden ticket of access. And for a while it worked. Small creators got paid, big creators got sponsors, and everybody felt like they were a part of something real. But behind those pitch emails was a system built on locking people into contracts they didn't read, taking money cuts they didn't earn, and when things went sideways, just disappearing overnight, taking years of content with them.
Media are a YouTube MCN. I'm now getting paid out 2.5 months after I believe that I am being scammed.
I never thought I'd be the last idiot to get ripped off by an MCN, but here I am.
This is so funny seeing this, especially considering that Ethan Klein lost his, apparently Ethan Klein lost his, his lawsuit against Denims. And Denims essentially was like, oh, I'm the queen of fair use. Bitch, don't gloat yourself. You still sell your body to people online. You're no queen of anything, you're just a whore.
I have been having my YouTube payments withheld for months without explanation in a severe breach of contract.
Now, in the near future, Equals 3 will no longer be part of the Maker Studios network.
Ray seems like he's doing this for the community when he has never been a part of the YouTube community.
Today, I'm breaking down
part of the YouTube community. Is that a Machinima creator or is that a Machinima staff member?
down the companies that promised to build YouTube creators up and simply tore them apart. Machinima popped up in the mid-2000s as one of YouTube's first big gaming networks.
Actually, quick question. Who here has essentially grown up with Machinima? I have. If anybody in chat has grown up with Machinima, what are some properties that were by Machinima that you loved growing up? For me, it was Sonic for Hire, which I mentioned. And actually, fun fact, I think for a good while, there was some Super Mario 64 Machinima videos that were also on there. Actually, one of my friends at one point, one of my actors' family's friends at one point, did do some work for Machinima years ago. I don't know if at some point she left, but I remember that was like a thing that they mentioned. It was pretty interesting. So the fact that this is what's happened to them is actually pretty interesting because I think for a while I was wondering essentially what happened to them. There was a guy who made animations for Trash Taste who said he got caught up with Machinima. The guy is Man in a Motel on YouTube. Oh, really? This was back when we actually thought Trash Taste was alright.
With their first order of business being to get a bunch of gaming channels under one roof. And
hold on, I'm seeing some of these videos. Whoa, Toby Turner was on Machinima as well? That is so funny.
And of course help them make money while the network takes a cut. But before we get into the deep dive of how Machinima literally self-imploded, we have to go to the beginning, which is where Machinima really was before it was a YouTube monetizing empire. The word Machinima means machine cinema, and it was an actual website that was to share art, people using video game engines to make little movies, puppeteering game characters around, and throwing voiceovers on top of it. People had been doing this since the late 90s with games like Quake, and in January of 2000,
they even did it with video games like Halo, I think. I think that was the inspiration for Red vs. Blue.
A Scottish filmmaker by the name of Hugh Hancock started a website called machinima.com to be the central hub for this whole kind of thing. A spot where animators, internet artists, and game nerds could all share things that they were making. And for about 6 years, that's all Hugh Hancock was doing, working on this website and spreading art to the masses. But more importantly, building a community around art that most people didn't even know existed.
At the moment, it's getting over 4 million page views per year, 400,000 a month, serving over 200,000 films a year.
But running a website with constantly growing traffic obviously costs money, especially back in 2006, and Hancock was eventually burned out. So he decided to step down in January of that year. And in January of that year, sold the company to two brothers by the name of Alan and Philip. These brothers had previously run a film industry tech company called Creative Planet that scaled up to hundreds of employees, but fell apart during the dot-com burst. And they were simply looking for their next move. And machinima.com was the perfect entryway into the internet. The timing of this was almost too good, because a new website was coming onto the internet in 2005 that was all about doing the one thing Hugh Hancock was doing in 2006, and it was called YouTube. YouTube had launched in 2005 when Google bought it in 2006 for over $1 billion, and the brothers had just bought a website with established credibility in the gaming and animation space. And the biggest video platform in history was about to start paying its creators. Pretty much the most valuable online real estate you could buy in the early 2000s. Hancock simply walked away to focus on his own filmmaking work and passed away in 2018. But most of
Wait, he passed away? 2018? That's actually tragic. Fuck.
what had come next, he had nothing to do with. What nobody talks about is YouTube's partner program, which was launched in 2007, was by invitation only. You couldn't just sign up and start collecting money like you do today. It was a completely different application system. YouTube actually handpicked which creators actually got monetized at the time, and gaming content was specifically a problem area, because game publishers would strike down videos left and right, like Nintendo, who was going after gameplay footage. From YouTube's side, gaming content at this time was like a legal minefield. I mean, you had so many people you had to think of with publishing rights, from the music to the game companies to everything in between that made the game, obviously had a licensing issue. So creators that were gamers couldn't necessarily get invited to the program if even the own platform knew, yeah, we're not going to make money off this content at all, so how are we even going to pay you? So when Machinima walked into a gaming creator's inbox and said, hey, upload your videos under our channel. We'll handle the copyright headaches, and we'll get you in front of audiences, and we'll get you a cut of 60% of the ad revenue. Which for many people in 2008 was a genuinely good offer, because the alternative was very different.
Yeah, which that was actually a really interesting offer that they decided to make. And so they essentially said, like, we'll give you a cut of 60% of the revenue. Back then, we'll handle the copyright headaches. And I was like, you look at that back then and it was like, hey, that is actually a really good deal. We'd like to be a part of this. Nowadays, if we see something like that, I think the first question people are going to be asking is, what's the catch? Because back then, nobody really thought about that kind of offer having any catches. That reminds me of when Nintendo asked on Twitter what everyone's favorite soundtrack was, and everyone responded with copyrighted videos. Oh my god, that is so funny. I remember that. And to be honest, I feel like the funniest thing about that is that I don't think that changed their minds about copywriting stuff. Because I think their first priority is like, dude, we gotta protect our brand.
In May of 2012, Google itself even put $35 million into the company, and this was the first time Google had ever publicly taken
Whoa, Google actually did this?
in an equity stake in a content business. By 2012, they had over 300 million subscribers across all their partner channels, close to $50 million in venture capital, and even had Google itself put money into it. The whole thing was valued at around $200 million at the time. For gaming on YouTube, Machinima was the household name. They ran shows and original series and had channels from some of the biggest creators in the space. If you were making gaming content in 2011, there's a very real chance Machinima was in your inbox asking you to sign. But then something drastically changed. In the year 2012, Google opened up the partner agency to everyone. Obviously that sounds kind of boring on paper, but it was the moment Machinima could have lost everything. Most companies in that spot would begin to pivot and become something more than just a middleman for AdSense and maybe work like a sponsorship network or an ad agency. Machinima didn't do that though. They decided to just expand their entire operation in a really huge way without changing anything. Just sign on as many creators as you can and hope they don't notice that we do literally nothing for you. Machinima started signing as many creators as humanly possible.
Oof, that was probably their downfall. They essentially pulled a Niji Sanji right there. Wow. So basically now they just became like a brand on paper. They essentially became like a brand name. Oh, we did this back in the day, so if you sign up with us, we'll do the exact same thing we did back in the day with no caveats whatsoever. No catches. Little did they know the catch was they literally could already be doing this themselves.
The creators would then sign a contract they obviously didn't read, and then they never heard from the scout again. Because if you can get 100 channels that make $5 a month, and you take 40% of that, times that by thousands of people who are making maybe more than $5, you got a pretty good model there. And the creators who aren't getting anything probably don't really care because they weren't getting anything to begin with. They weren't even making enough monetized income to get the threshold to get their check. If they could put the Machinima intro in their videos and to say that they were a proud partner, it gave them this sort of status that creators who weren't signed were pretty jealous of.
So pretty much it was basically an endorsement.
2011 to 2013, complaints started showing up everywhere about what Machinima called perpetual agreements. Contracts that locked a channel into the network forever. Not a year, not 2 years, but forever. One of the biggest examples was a WoW YouTuber named Ben Vacas, who went by Brain Deadly. He posted a video explaining that Machinima told him this contract was completely enforceable. The actual contract language Vacas was bound to said Machinima owned his content. In his words from his famous video, in perpetuity throughout the universe in all forms of media, now known or hereafter devised.
See? Right there. That was the catch. Basically, they owned your content. This is why you have to ask when they offer like a really good offer, like, we'll give you 60% of the cut. What's the catch? This right here. Because what I like about this is that this is essentially them trying to basically be like a music company where they essentially own the publishing and the rights for whatever their creators essentially put out. They essentially went about it like a music business now. So it's so funny that, again, because people don't exactly read what is on that paper, they only went into it because they were, basically starry-eyed. This is what's going to happen.
A young adult to teenager who was signing this contract obviously didn't really know what that meant and just thought it was corporate jargon saying, if you sign with us, we own the things that you have until you leave. But if they never were able to leave, that just meant they had a monopoly on every single person that signed to Machinima. It really does just sound like the Scientology of YouTube, where you sign a billion-year contract and make $50 a week. But hey, the Scientologists didn't get to blast 13-year-old eardrums with that Machinima intro, I guess.
And certainly we didn't hear about any Machinima people basically going to people's houses and just making their lives a living hell if they dared criticize their overlord.
On top of my opinion, articles at the time compared Machinima's contracts to Hollywood studio deals, where young actors got locked into agreements they couldn't escape. But Brain Deadly wasn't even the most famous person that was trapped in by the Machinima contract. What if I told you one of the most biggest YouTubers ever fell for this stunt before he blew up? PewDiePie was signed with Machinima before he was famous, and before the explosion that turned him into one of the most subscribed YouTubers on the entire platform. He's been pretty open that the deal he signed was definitely bad, and that he felt neglected by the company, and the only way he eventually got out was by hiring an actual lawyer to fight his way through the contract. From there, he signed with Maker Studios in December of 2012, and the rest is YouTube history.
I hate Machinima. Now, why do I hate Machinima? Well, now back in the day, when I was starting off making YouTube videos, I was doing obviously gaming. That was all I did. And the only way to earn revenue at this point was if you got partnered with YouTube directly or if you got partnered with an MCN. Machinima was basically the only MCN that existed for gaming at that time. And YouTube wouldn't partner gaming channels. So basically, you were left with one option and one option only, which was to partner up with Machinima.
Interesting that one of the biggest YouTubers on the planet had to lawyer up to escape his Machinima contract.
But I think also at that point, because he got so big, it left him with enough room to essentially hire a lawyer to fight through that particular contract in order to get out. I think when it comes to like the other creators that were on Machinima, they probably didn't have that same luxury. Because again, lawyers are expensive.
But what did that mean for all the creators who couldn't lawyer up and didn't have enough subscriber pull to get enough money to lawyer up? So even if they made enough money to eventually hire a lawyer, it would take so much longer because they weren't getting 100% of their income and they were stuck forever. PewDiePie's escape became a kind of unofficial signal flare to other creators that if he can do it, maybe others can too. But the contracts weren't even the worst thing Machinima was doing, because in late 2013, Microsoft was getting ready to launch the Xbox One, and they needed a little buzz for this big release. So they hired
the big brick that started the eventual decline for Xbox.
An ad agency called Starcom MediaVest Group, and Starcom hired Machinima to run an influencer campaign. The deal is that Machinima would get its biggest creators to make videos about the Xbox One that looked normal and were just organic gaming content, even on the side of reviews and gameplay videos, the classic thing that Machinima was known for. The problem was that none of it was supposed to look like paid advertising, and none of the creators were supposed to tell their viewers that they were being paid, which if you don't know,
the thing is, if you don't tell people that this is a sponsored ad, you're basically opening yourself up to legal troubles right there. Whoops. Great job, Machinima. You played yourself.
It is a really bad thing that you're not supposed to do when getting a paid advertisement. Even on YouTube today, if you have a paid ad in the video, there's literally a setting you have to click to say, is there a paid promotion in this video? But Machinima wanted to keep that hidden to make it look organic. Tom Castle, who ran the channel The Syndicate Project, got paid $30,000 to make 2 YouTube videos about the Xbox One. Adam Dahlberg from Skyverse Gaming got paid $15,000. But oh no, my friends, that was just phase 1 of this launch, as there were many more phases Microsoft had planned that Machinima was going to sweep under the rug. After the console launched, Machinima opened up the campaign to its broader pool of creators. They offered $1 for every 1,000 views up to $25,000 per creator. And
that's such a low... What? Hold on. Let's repeat that one more time. So the respondent promised to pay each influencer $1 for every 1,000 views of an influencer video. What kind of fucking rate is that? Up to an aggregate cap of $25,000. Wow, talk about a steal. Holy shit.
$1 for every 1,000 views up to $25,000 per creator. And over 300 videos got uploaded under this program, and over 30 million views totaled across the videos. Everyone missing the one basic disclosure that someone was being paid to say nice things about a product. And the kicker? Machinima's contract for the campaign specifically required that creators could not include any negative or disparaging remarks about Machinima, Xbox One, or the games that were being promoted. And
yeah, because a lot of times when it comes to sponsored deals, a lot of times you have to at least say something nice, otherwise they won't sponsor you again. That's usually like a common rule. But I'm also guessing because they had to keep... The thing is, here's where that makes it interesting. If a bunch of creators are essentially praising the Xbox One because they're not allowed to say anything bad, but it's not included in like the description or in the video where they're essentially being paid for this particular, to essentially promote their product. Wouldn't that mean, if because they don't specify that it's a sponsored deal, wouldn't that essentially leave them with room to essentially criticize it? Otherwise, at that point, you might as well just say, oh, this is a sponsored ad. But they can't even do that. Just the amount of ways that Machinima essentially played themselves is just fucking funny.
Any negative or disparaging remarks about Machinima, Xbox One, or the games that were being promoted. And of course, even if all of these creators did it organically on their own and just happened to love the Xbox One simultaneously, the amount of layering that was going on led to the FTC noticing right away as this not being a
they were going to notice
content thing, and definitely a paid ad campaign. In September of 2015, the Federal Trade Commission filed charges against Machinima for deceptive advertising, failure to disclose compensation, conversation and false and misleading representation that the videos reflected impartial opinions. Machinima settled, but the terms were pretty bad. The terms included 20 years of FTC overwrite, 2 full decades during which the FTC could come back at any time and review Machinima's internal practices, and the company was required to implement a disclosure review process for every paid campaign, and that the FTC would conduct surprise re-reviews of paid content within 14 to 90 days of posting. Repeat violations or breaking of this settlement could trigger fines of over $1,000 per incident. What's amazing about this is micro-settlement could trigger fines of over $1,000.
Okay, so it wasn't $1,000, it's $11,000. Yikes.
$1,000 per incident. What's amazing about this is Microsoft and Starcom got off scot-free with this. The FTC sent them a letter saying the violations were isolated incidents.
The closest company to being this scummy was Vivo. I remember Vivo, because at the time, there wasn't like so many music videos out there that had like the Vivo watermark in the music video title. And every time you see that, it's always like one of those channels where it's basically like Justin Bieber Vivo or like Rise Against Vivo or something along those lines. A lot of that was out there during the 2010s and 2015s of that era. Then at some point that eventually just went away. I actually did not know what happened to it at the time. But I actually wouldn't be surprised if they essentially went through a similar fate like Machinima essentially did. The difference is that Vivo is screwing over Hollywood, not independent creators. Yeah, so it makes sense that they essentially have a problem with that, but not anything else that's wrong with Hollywood, am I right?
That happened in spite of and not because of, so they really didn't have any faults at this as it was just Machinima. So Machinima virtually ate the entire consequence where Starcom and Microsoft got all the benefits of it. But that's not the only thing that was happening. You'd think running a network where you take a cut of creator revenue would be enough for Machinima to line their pockets, but that was far from the truth. There's actually another thing Machinima was doing in this era that doesn't get talked about as much because it was kind of swept under the rug. They were also simultaneously uploading their partners' content to other video platforms without telling them, specifically a YouTube competitor called Blip TV, which if you couldn't notice would just be...
I've actually never heard of Blip TV. The name sounds familiar, but I don't think I've heard of them. But that's actually pretty wild that they're re-uploading that content onto that specific website. What the? And again, and especially considering that they're not telling them. Damn. I think this goes to show how multi-channel networks are really screwing over creators at this point.
Free money towards Machinima.
Actually, now that I think about it, multi-channel networks basically screwing over independent creators and doing deceptive practices like that. That actually sounds like a lot of English VTuber agencies.
That the creators would not be getting, because they did own the content and likeness of the creator when signing the contract, so they could move their content to other websites to make more money. And for a while, nobody seemed to notice, until Ross Scott noticed. Ross Scott is a creator of...
Hey, Ross Scott, our guy from Stop Killing Games. Once again, he saves the day.
Well, nobody seemed to notice until Ross Scott noticed. Ross Scott is the creator of Freeman's Mind, the Half-Life Machinima series on the platform, and he eventually sued Machinima and called the workplace unethical and even predatory. Part of what he documented was that Machinima had been uploading his content to Blip without any of his knowledge and collecting all of the ad revenue, and of course, never giving him any of it. The moment he went public about it, though, is when the activity quietly stopped on Machinima's end. Ross Scott was one of the creators who happened to have the time to resolve and dig through all these receipts, but how many creators at the same time were having all their videos uploaded to Blip TV and getting so much money from them that they were never getting? By
Something tells me it might have been over like hundreds of thousands. With how big of a channel network that Machinima was back in the day, I really wouldn't be surprised if it had surpassed the hundreds to thousands of different creators that they've been uploading.
2013 to 2014, Machinima's reputation was falling apart, and most creators began to share more stories about being stuck in bad deals, getting terrible CPMs, and some getting zero support from the network. The original brothers who bought the company got pushed out, and the company tried to sell itself in 2014, but couldn't. The company tried to run things around a new CEO, Chad Gustine, who positioned himself more as a human who cared for creators, rather than just a middleman taking a cut. But by this time, the
Something tells me that's a lie. I don't know why. Something tells me that could be a lie.
More as a human who cared for creators, rather than just a middleman taking a cut. But by this time, the damage was already done, and the creators simply didn't trust Machinima anymore. Even Machinima's new CEO that they brought in, Chad Gustine, jumped into a 2014 Fortune interview where his defense was that every single company in his space had perpetual contracts. Which, sure, that's like kind of a defense. Everyone's doing it, so we're doing it. But you're a gaming company signing younger creators to have their gaming videos hosted while you weren't helping them do anything, when they could have just signed up for AdSense themselves. You see, the company had stopped being about helping creators and started about being and looking like they had a lot of creators.
Basically, they became a part of the establishment. Just like most other big multi-million-dollar companies do. They become a part of the establishment and try to maximize on profit. Human suffering. Human suffering is fun to these people.
More signatures obviously meant a bigger network, and a bigger network obviously meant a higher valuation. And a higher valuation meant a better exit if the two owners were going to sell things off. Then they did sell in 2016 to Warner Brothers Digital Network, which bought Machinima for somewhere just under $100 million.
Of course it was Warner Brothers acquiring it. They're definitely the people that you want to trust with a company, especially with them copywriting stuff on YouTube all the time.
So by the end of this, it was kind of easy to see what the original two brothers were trying to do with Machinima once it went public that anyone could sign up to AdSense in 2012. Sign as many creators as you can, get the highest evaluation, and then exit fast enough. But
yeah, so basically nothing different.
The bigger creators that found out the flaws, and other creators finding the money that Machinima was scraping off the top from them, they decided to try to plummet it as fast as possible. Warner Brothers wrote the check for Machinima, and then AT&T bought Warner. But then AT&T folded into Otter Media, and then Otter Media folded into Machinima, which is now Fullscreen. Each transition of this obviously meant fewer people inside the company who actually understood what Machinima was, who its creators were, or what the viewers were actually expecting from the platform. And then in January 2019, something happened that proved every creator's worst fear about MCNs. You see, creators and fans found out that Machinima had set its entire YouTube library to private. Roughly 15 years of gaming videos, collabs, and original content gone overnight.
I actually remember this. The news had essentially broke out about Machinima essentially going completely dark. And essentially, people were talking about how a bunch of their videos that were uploaded to the Machinima network was just gone. And I think it was like pretty difficult for re-uploads to essentially occur, with a lot of creators essentially trusting Machinima to help them with their stuff. I am thinking there is probably some re-uploads that are out there of specific content that was uploaded on Machinima. But I'm also assuming there's probably some videos out there that were on Machinima that has essentially become lost media. It's pretty sad, but also so fucked at the same time.
This happened right after Machinima got picked up by Otter Media and folded into Fullscreen. A leaked letter from a Fullscreen exec, Bo Bryant, told partners that some Machinima staff would join Fullscreen, but gave zero info on what would happen to the creator contracts, and zero info on these archived videos that went private. Former creators called the purge a warning for every YouTuber on the platform. If you didn't have local backups of your own videos, they were basically gone. The view counts, the engagement, and even the ad revenue that those videos would have still made. Machinima didn't die because people hated it. Machinima died because the insiders hated it, because it was functioning as a completely normal gaming company that could actually help creators. But instead, they decided to sign 12 and 14-year-old kids to an infinite contract to own the $30 a month they would make, stacked up on thousands of channels. And the only people that were able to escape were the ones that A, had enough money to hire lawyers, or B, noticed things that were bad enough to go public about, that Machinima let them leave as a thank you for not leaking.
Maker Studios.
Maker Studios started in 2009 as a group of YouTube creators, Shay Carl, Lisa Donovan, and a few others who decided to pool resources and build something together. And because of this being built by...
Wasn't Shane Carl that vlog guy or something? I didn't know he started a YouTuber company. What the fuck?
By mostly YouTubers, it grew pretty fast. Within a couple years, Maker was one of the biggest MCNs on YouTube with thousands of partner channels and billions of monthly views. From the outside, Maker looked like the perfect success story, but from the inside, it sadly wasn't that. A common theme to these networks is that they seem to be allergic to actually paying their creators, and this wasn't just on stories about smaller creators, but actually about one of the biggest ones on their network. In December of 2012, YouTuber Ray William Johnson, who at the time had more subscribers than anyone else on YouTube, fired off 2 tweets that pretty much broke the internet towards Maker Studios. In it, he says, "Yo Maker Studios, I left your company 2 months ago. Any time would be good to sign my AdSense account back over to me." 2 minutes later, he also stated, "Maker Studios holding a YouTube AdSense account hostage after you promised to sign it back over is bad for your business." For people who
Wait, so they had control over your AdSense account? So wait, was the condition that you essentially had to give it to them in order to control, and then as soon as you leave, they're just not going to give it back to you? Surely there was a red flag that could have indicated they would have done something like that.
weren't on YouTube at this time, AdSense is basically the Google account that catches all of your ad revenue. So when one of the most subscribed creators on the platform publicly accuses your network of holding his ad revenue hostage, the entire creator economy at this point stops scrolling. But to understand why Ray would publicly call out his own MCN to his large audience, well, we have to go back a little bit. In October of 2012, Ray casually mentions in one of his daily videos that he's leaving Maker.
I'm filming this episode from my apartment. Now, in the near future, Equals 3 will no longer be part of the Maker Studios network, so I'm gonna film here for a while. Even if I don't have the proper equipment at home, you know what? Even if I have to film butt-ass naked in a back alley, you guys are getting an episode, goddammit.
No details, no drama, just drops it and goes back to making jokes about viral videos like nothing's wrong, and the occasional N-word. Damn. And the occasional throwing a baby doll around.
Wait, did that actually happen? How was I not around for this era? Like, I did watch Ray William Johnson, but how was I not around for this?
Hey, where the hell is my black baby?
Maker's first response was to make a statement on their
And he made good content.
site called New Media Rockstars, where they claimed Ray was still part of the network and, quote, with the recent decline in viewership on Johnson's channel, it made sense for him to go back to producing the show himself, which is a pretty standard PR move, to get ahead of the story and then frame it as mutual decisions, and then just slip a little jab into Ray declining views to control the whole narrative. I think many people know Ray William Johnson today as the guy on TikTok who does true crime stories, but I think very few remember how ruthless prime Ray William Johnson was back in the day, because Ray didn't let this jab slide. He came back saying he wasn't leaving because of ratings, he was leaving because Maker had suddenly demanded an ownership stake in his entire company. Then Ray fired.
It was such good content that Daniel Tosh copied it. Wait, Daniel Tosh? I mean, I've never seen a Daniel Tosh show or anything like that. I just remember there was this one show with Daniel Tosh in it where he got Corey Taylor from Slipknot to basically shock himself. And because he had like one of those like shock machines or whatever, and what Daniel Tosh would do was that he had this like shock machine and he would try to shock as many people as he could. And basically Kerry King from Slayer and Corey Taylor was a part of that show at one point. And Daniel Tosh dared Corey Taylor to essentially shock him. And he would like do it for like a couple bucks or like food or something. I forget the condition. But it was one of the funniest moments of that particular show. And it wasn't even part of the actual show. I think it was like a blooper or something. Maybe at some point I'll actually put up that clip. But that was like one of the funniest clips I've known from that Daniel Tosh show. But I actually had no idea that Daniel Tosh actually copied Equals 3. But in some sense, that actually makes sense. It does have a similar energy.
Off those tweets like I mentioned earlier and follows them up with a long email to LA Weekly and other outlets explaining everything. This is where the actual contract terms came out from this deal. You see, Maker Studios, according to Ray, wanted 40% of his channel's revenue after production costs and 50% of intellectual property of Equals 3 in perpetuity. And if
Ooh, that doesn't sound like a good deal. Okay, so wait, 50% of having equals 3, even though it started out as essentially a show that was for Ray William Johnson by Ray William Johnson, having, okay, so at the time, having 50% control ownership, to be honest, I still wouldn't take that deal. Because then they'd essentially have full control over what essentially would be put on your show. I think realistically, you really wouldn't want to have a company essentially having control over your own show.
We know anything about Machinima's contract lingo, perpetuity basically just means forever until they say so. Ray's exact words were, They wanted to own 50% of the intellectual property of Equals 3 for the rest of eternity, and weren't offering much in return. Ray obviously refused.
Yep, and weren't offering much in return. If they're going to make an offer like that, realistically you have to ask them what's the catch. And it looks like they basically made the same mistake that Machinima made, which probably means it was probably by the same company that made the same mistake, so they're never going to learn their lesson, I guess.
And that's when the retaliation towards his other projects started. Maker shut down production on an album for Ray's popular animated band Your Favorite Martian, which had been in development at their Culver City studio for 8 months. And the next day, they held production on Equals 3 itself. Ray described the whole thing as a, quote, bizarre pissing contest. Maker wouldn't stop trying to get him to sign over the rights to Equals 3, and Ray wouldn't stop refusing. Telling y'all, Prime Ray knew his worth. So Ray did what any creator at this scale would do. He left and started filming Equals 3 from his own apartment, and later out of an independent studio in LA called Papertown. But there's one problem. Maker still had control of his AdSense account. So 2 months after leaving the company, that's why Ray tweeted, claiming they still hadn't turned the account back over. But the most insane part was the email he wrote, because Ray wrote that Maker Studios CEO Danny Zappin had once gotten drunk and confessed to being a, quote, convicted felon, and was waiting for his record to be expunged before he could officially become CEO of the company. Ray said he had no idea about this when he signed a deal with them. And a few days later, Zappin actually sent out a company-wide letter to all the Maker partners and employees acknowledging that yes, about 12 years earlier, he had been convicted of felony drug possession. And so after a few hours of these tweets from Ray brewing up a storm, Ray drops one more thing. A screenshot. Well, not just any screenshot. An iMessage screenshot he claims to have been from Zappin himself, with a text message reading, quote, your lack of integrity and character are sad. Fuck you. Prepare for war, bitch. What's even more funny is Shane Dawson, who had left Maker years earlier in 2009, replied to Ray on Twitter and said, I got the
oh god, who remembers this fuck?
same text 3 years ago. Ha 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 ha. Oh, YouTube. So apparently the prepare for war text was a recurring move in the Zappin playbook of intimidation. Maker's official response to all of it was basically silence.
We're not the type of people that is going to try to like keep money from somebody or hold Ray William Johnson's AdSense account hostage. Yesterday when Ray started tweeting about this whole thing, in my opinion, all that stuff needs to be dealt with in person and privately, and because it wasn't, if you read the email, it was an email to negotiate the release of Ray's AdSense account. Danny Diamond has never been accused of being the most professional guy. You know, when he sends text to Ray like that at 2 in the morning, it's because he's passionate. Danny takes things very personally.
By April of 2000.
Even if he okay, so let me ask you a question. If the text is by anything, you already know that he basically takes things a lot personally. And your takeaway from that is that because he does things like that, it's because he's passionate about the company. So if he's passionate about the company, wouldn't it make sense to know that basically sending texts like that is going to damage your company's reputation even more? Now, they're also complaining about how Ray William Johnson is basically trying to make everything, trying to handle everything private, like they're going through negotiations and everything. What I want to know is, have those guys been honoring that commitment? Or is it that they have been leaving, have they essentially been ghosting them? Because from what it sounds like from Ray, they have been ghosting him. So why else would he go public if the company was essentially ghosting him for completing a simple negotiation, which is to turn over their assets account back to him? Interesting story, huh?
2013, he was publicly tweeting about plans to sue because his contract had expired and they still hadn't returned the account. What's interesting about this is that same December 12th, the exact same month all of this was blowing up, Maker closed a $36 million funding round led by Time Warner Investments. So while the company was allegedly holding their biggest creators' ad revenue hostage, they were simultaneously raising tens of millions of dollars in venture funding. The bad press from the Ray situation didn't really slow them down. Didn't even cost them a deal. Didn't cost them anything. Man, it seems Maker Studios should really get that Danny guy out of the company. I mean, before they try to get acquired by a bigger company. Oh wait, they did. In 2013, co-founder and former CEO Danny Zappin sued Maker Studios and its board. The lawsuit said he'd been illegally removed from the company, that the board hid key info from him, and that directors used company equity in the upcoming sale to make themselves rich at the expense of early shareholders and employees. People who built the thing were tearing each other apart over who'd profit the most from selling it. And
damn, what a fucking train wreck. It almost kind of reaffirms that maybe YouTubers that are friends with each other probably shouldn't make a company together, because when you have like friends that essentially make a company together, there's like a lot of internal company politics that you'll also have to deal with the consequences with. And a lot of times that can also essentially break a friendship. It technically happened with Smosh before they eventually bought the company back on their own terms. Realistically thinking about that, if you're going to make a company with your friend, you really got to make sure that you guys can separate personal from professional. And if those guys can't do that, well, not only are you going to have like a company that essentially is going to be put in the shitter, your friendship's also going to be put in the shitter as well. Very slippery slope.
sell it they did, because in 2014, Disney bought Maker Studios in a deal worth up to roughly $1 billion with earnouts. One of the largest exits in the entire MCN space at the time. Here's the thing though, the Disney deal wasn't this happy ending that the press release made it sound like. Maker got rebranded as Disney Digital Network and slowly was taken apart. Partner creators said the post-sale company was less responsive and more corporate than this original YouTuber-made network. This scrappy creator energy just got replaced with Disney's brand safety machine, and a lot of creators felt like they were just numbers on a spreadsheet.
So essentially what Disney does best. Got it.
Instead of actual creators. I mean, between the internal lawsuits and the copyright settlement and the slow corporate death under Disney, Maker Studio became the perfect example of how fast an MCN can rise and fall. It's kind of like when a very popular company built from the ground up by someone really invested in it gets sold to private equity, and the company cuts costs, does branding that doesn't make any sense, and tries to pass it off as the same thing it once was, when in reality it's just a more watered down version for profit that nobody has an interest in buying or joining.
Oh, what's this one now?
Ran as a gaming and entertainment MCN that signed mid to large creators across all different genres, whether it be gaming or pop culture. And in 2020, Enthusiast Gaming, a publicly traded company, purchased them and was trying to build this big pile of esports, websites, and media properties. And for a while after that sale, things seemed fine. Creators got paid on time, the network worked, it was business as usual. But then the checks stopped coming in, and by late 2023 and into 2024, multiple creators started speaking out about delayed or missing payments from Omnia. Creators like comedian and YouTuber Lewis Spears had sudden delays after years of normal.
Wait, Lewis Spears? Banned from Marxism Conference. Oh, damn. This seems like a channel I should watch at some point.
Payments.
I have been having my YouTube payments withheld for months without explanation in a severe breach of contract by my YouTube network, Omnia Media. And I'm not the only YouTube creator who is seemingly being scammed and stolen from by this company. And right now, I'm in a group chat with dozens of them that are owed in total at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I know of even more people outside of that group chat, and we are all getting ghosted. We are all having our money taken and withheld in severe breach of the contracts that we signed.
You see, Omnia was stretching.
You know, why is it that these particular multi-channel network companies are essentially making the same mistake every single time? I don't know, how many times has it been now? In this entire video, 3 times now. 2 is a coincidence, 3 is a pattern at this point. I actually wouldn't be also surprised if this is the same people essentially running these companies, making the same mistake every single time. At this point, just ban them from the business.
Its payment window from roughly 60 days to the absolute maximum 75-day period allowed in contracts, and in some cases blowing past even that deadline. Spears described having to cover medical expenses without the revenue he was expecting. Another creator, Memulous, waited way beyond 75 days for payments despite putting out steady content the entire time. And in mid-2024, Memulous released a video exposing Omnia for the late payments and the terrible communication around it. The video, of course, got lots of attention and forced the conversation into the hardworking patriots of Reddit threads.
For the last 6 or 7 months, I've been dealing with one of the most stressful situations I have ever managed to find myself in, and Omnia Media are a YouTube MCN owned by a company called Enthusiast Gaming. I'm in a particularly fortunate and uncommon situation where I'm not financially vulnerable. Losing the money would suck. Oh my days, that would suck. I'm now getting paid out 2.5 months after I typically would. They're just straight up refusing to pay people on time. I fully and in good faith believe that I am being scammed.
But then CoffeeZilla got involved, and when he gets involved,
oh no.
In January of 2024, investigative YouTuber CoffeeZilla posted on Twitter asking creators who hadn't been paid by Omnia Media to come.
Wait a minute. Wasn't Omnia Media... Wait. Somebody correct me on this, but I think Miles might know something, but isn't Omnia Media the same company that essentially was hosted under Luminosity Gaming? Is Omnia Media the same company that was essentially hosting Luminosity Gaming in the Smash community? I think they might have been the same company.
Come forward and contact him. The tweet specifically came from a YouTuber named Chad.
Oh my god, my question would get answered for me. Fuck, I actually forgot about this. Because I remember seeing this particular tweet that was going out, and I think this was after the news about Panda Globe. Was it Omnia or Omnia? This is Omnia. So, oh man, I actually remember this. This was during the time that Omnia Gaming was being sued. They were an MCN, and they owned Luminosity Gaming. And actually, funny enough, I think this was a couple days or weeks after Technicals had released his video about Panda Global. And it was going over the details of Panda Global's shutdown and Smash World Tour's bullshit, where they essentially ripped out the Nintendo World Cup from Panda Global's shoes and essentially screwed them over and essentially costing Panda Global thousands of jobs with corporate bullshit. When Panda Global was probably one of the closest companies that was actually doing right by its creators. And because of jealousy, they decided to rip that away from them and essentially make them go bankrupt. And I know in Technicals' video, he talks about Luminosity Gaming that have been trying their best to essentially pick up from Panda Global's shoes. So this is actually really funny that I am basically seeing this. And I had no idea this was closely related to Machinima. Fuck. They're everywhere.
Roberts, who runs the channel Anything for Views. Anything for Views told reporters that Omnia Media owed him $80,000 for November of 2023 and another $100,000 for December of 2023. $180,000 in 2 months is no money to be waiting for.
I think this is a great cautionary tale for not tying yourself to these useless companies. Multi-channel networks have kind of lost their use. On their website, they advertise working with the Sidemen, the Misfits, Cold Ones, XQC. You can see all the creators they're working with. You probably recognize a few.
Another creator, Thaf9, a horror gaming channel with 370,000 subscribers, posted a video saying he'd been waiting for Omnia payments for so long that it had become extremely difficult to motivate himself to keep making content. So what happened to Omnia Media after this exposure? Well, in August of 2025, Enthusiast Gaming announced that it was selling Omnia and its sister property Luminosity to another company called Vertical Studios, and the deal closed in September 2nd of 2025. The price? 900,000 Canadian dollars.
Jesus, that's a lot of Canadian dollars. I believe 900. Yeah, 900,000 Canadian dollars, you'd be probably looking upwards of about 600,000, maybe 500,000 American dollars. I know for 900,000 Canadian dollars, it'd be about the same price in Australian, so pretty close to $1 million at that point. What up, Twink? Who the fuck you calling a twink? Huh? Who the fuck you calling a twink, huh? What's up, 34? How you doing? We're just looking over good old Machinima. And some sister companies that I think basically came from Machinima's ashes. To be honest, I feel like Machinima's everywhere now. They're basically everywhere. It could be you. It could be me. It could even be my neighbor in fucking... I don't know what I was gonna say. I completely lost my train of thought.
Eventually, several creators ended their contracts, some of them still waiting for their money that they were owed.
Wait, there's more? How many of these are there? Hold on. Let me check this. Let me check the sections. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god. There's like 4 more. Holy shit.
Broadband TV, or BBTV, was based out of Vancouver, Canada, and became one of the biggest MCNs on the planet for the time. What was different from them is they had built a full media tech company running content management, monetization, and within this they also had sub-networks too, including a gaming-focused one called TGN. Here's what's interesting.
Actually, I actually do remember TGN, because they had hosted a couple of videos that I liked. I forget what they were, but I remember seeing that particular logo.
About TGN. It was the gaming network under BBTV and offered creators a standard revenue split of 60-40. Creator keeps 60 and TGN gets 40. And
okay, so basically, oh no, it's doing the same practice as fucking Machinima. Oh no. You can already tell where this is going.
The time for a small gaming channel, that felt pretty reasonable. You'd get monetization, but also copyright protection, and someone else handling business while you could just focus on the content. For a small creator, this was really helpful. But what a lot of creators didn't figure out until later was that the 40% TGN took wasn't the whole picture. The problem with TGN that not many people are talking about.
Does anybody notice that with this particular guy that's doing this YouTube video, his appearance keeps changing? Like, we're seeing different shirt, and we're probably seeing like a no beard. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. It's like we're seeing 2 different people. Beard, no beard. Beard, no beard. I am so sorry. I just had to pick up on this. If you're making a video that's basically commentary, it's probably recommended to just have a very similar appearance. Just saying.
TGN took wasn't the whole picture. The problem with TGN that not many people are talking about wasn't the revenue split. It was that
I think why he's basically doing that is because he probably recorded these takes on 2 different days. That probably could be the reason. To be honest, if I was doing a video format similar to his, I'd probably try to get the face cam shots probably done in under 1 day.
Revenue split you got virtually nothing for, and TGN was kind of double dipping because you weren't getting anything. Because we have to remember that YouTube does take a cut of your ad revenue whether you're in an MCN or not. So when YouTube takes your ad revenue out and then TGN takes your ad revenue out, you're basically left with nothing. Because if you make $100 and then YouTube takes their cut and then TGN takes their 40% cut, you're left with, yes, 60% from TGN, but they also have to subtract the YouTube cut that was taken out. So if you're a small to mid-sized channel that isn't getting anything from TGN because you're small, you're just having the TGN intro in your videos to be like, yeah, I'm signed with TGN, but you're getting virtually nothing. A more known case of BBTV scamming its creators affected Ethan Klein of H3H3. In early 2023, Klein...
Man, this is so funny that it's essentially Ethan Klein. That's the one that's gotten scammed by TGN. Damn. This guy cannot catch any breaks.
From H3H3 Productions publicly accused BBTV of holding back roughly $620,000 in membership revenue from his H3 podcast.
Wait, how much?
$620,000.
$620,000. Fuck, dude. How did you let that happen? No No wonder he was able to sue all of these other channels so colloquially and quickly.
In membership revenue from his H3 podcast channel. Ethan said his contract clearly stated the podcast would get 100% of all revenue classified as Google net revenue, which included money from YouTube itself. BBTV was only supposed to get a cut of third-party sponsorship deals they brought in.
The reason this was convenient.
So they basically overstepped their boundaries, huh?
Convenient for me is because when we first made our AdSense account, we were in Israel. So the only way to get that money paid to our American bank accounts was to send it to the MCN first. But I got my payment stub from them like usual, which
How was that
shows
frame frozen?
basically how much they paid us. And when I went into YouTube Analytics, I noticed it was like significantly off. And as far as we could tell, they had skimmed $620,000 at least, right? That's just from what we can tell from specifically the membership money.
What Klein
Uh-oh. Skimming okay, so basically, without permission, they decide to, sneak out a little bit of money from his bank account. No, you're not supposed to do that. You're basically stealing money at that point. Whoops.
said BBTV did was reclassify channel memberships as other net revenue instead of Google net revenue. And that one change let them take a 30% cut of membership money just like that. Ethan, of course, went public with this and threatened legal action, documented everything across videos and tweets, and after days of public pressure, BBTV agreed to pay the full amount. If Ethan Klein, a creator with millions of subscribers and a legal team, almost got $620K quietly taken through a revenue reclassification, what do you think was happening to smaller creators who didn't have the audience or resources to fight back? Other BBTV partners like YouTuber Kavos raised concerns about delayed payouts as well and changing payment terms around the same time. There's an old saying in poker that fits this perfectly. If you can't spot the sucker at the table, then you're the sucker.
Oh gosh, Rooster Teeth was such a sad tale. Because the Rooster Teeth that was very prevalent back then is much different to what they were now, especially when it came to properties like Ruby, for example. Because the time I heard about Ruby was when Monty Oum had essentially passed away, and by that time his last work was Season 3. So out of curiosity, I was like, okay, maybe I'll give Ruby a try and see what that's about. And I basically completed Season 1 to 3, and then I tried 4 for a little bit, and I was like, no, you know what? I'm good. I think it was fine to just leave it on number 3. Because for the most part, I didn't think 4, as soon as I saw episode 1 of Season 4, from episode 1 to 2, I was like, yeah, I'm just not feeling it. I think the first 3 seasons were just fine for me. And ever since then, I've been hearing about how much they've been going on a downward spiral. Because Rooster Teeth has also put out some other properties that I personally liked. So it is pretty sad to see the conclusion that they got.
Rooster Teeth is a little different from the other companies here. They weren't a traditional MCN by any means, but they started in 2003 as an independent production company making machinima series things like Red vs. Blue. And over time, they grew into multiple YouTube channels, podcasts, and even live events. Animations like RWBY, merchandise, and even conventions. But the way they ran had a lot in common with typical MCNs. Multiple shows and personalities all under one brand, revenue flowing through one company, and creative shows and personalities all under one brand.
Okay, for some reason I thought I saw Mega 64 in there.
Revenue flowing through one company, and creators building audiences that technically belong to the network and not the individual. For years, Rooster Teeth was one of the most loved companies in online entertainment. The community around it was massive. People practically grew up watching their content. Achievement Hunters, Funhouse, the podcast network, the animation side, it felt like family. It wasn't. In October of 2022, a former employee named Kaden Jensen published a long blog post that ripped the door off what was actually happening inside Rooster Teeth. She described years of harassment, years of being underpaid, and being routinely called homophobic slurs as a nickname in the office. And when she brought it up to management, they told her to just quit if she didn't like it. She also said she was never paid for early voice acting, including her role as May Marigold in RWBY, and that she stayed underpaid until late 2020 2020 despite heavy workloads. But Jensen's post wasn't the first crack, because earlier problems had already started to bleed through. Ryan Haywood from the Achievement Hunter was fired after allegations of inappropriate behavior with online fans. Adam Kovic from Funhouse faced similar allegations around the same time. According to the fan, she saw that Rooster Teeth members had made Snapchat accounts, and she proceeded to add all of them and just send a photo of herself. And it didn't take long for Haywood to reach out and start getting a little frisky in the messages, which read, "Fuck woman, that's an unexpected treat. I certainly haven't forgotten how much fun we had that weekend." Well, you'd be a fool to forget. You're welcome. Very true. Shame RTX Australia ended. I have to find another excuse to visit you. I'm sure there's many things you could swing to come back. Did you ever tell anyone? Never. Did you? My friend was with me there, so obviously she knew. That's how far it went. Thanks. I appreciate you keeping it to yourself. My bro watches the Achievement Hunter stuff from time to time, and I just giggle and walk away. Of course. No need to thank me, or ruin our fun thing. Agreed. Hopefully I make it back there before another guy steals you away. I'm not planning on being stolen. Do I get a reward for being a good little... I'm not, bro.
This is so fucking cringe. And this is coming from me. This is so fucking cringe.
I'm not reading that part. You think I'm gonna fucking read that part? Do I get
You should. Do it, pussy.
a reward for being a good little girl? You certainly deserve it. What can I
There
do for
you
you,
go.
gorgeous? A reminder of what I'm missing? I deleted a lot of the other pics when I got...
Wait, what the fuck? A reminder of what I'm missing. I deleted all the other pictures when I got with the last idiot. Is this a gold digger? What the fuck?
with the last idiot. I think that can arrange after my stream tonight. Could you fucking imagine being on live stream, messaging a girl that you get coerced because you're famous, and after the stream you're like, oh yeah, that's good. So two big on-camera names from the Rooster Teeth's biggest shows both were gone for the same kind of behavior. And after Jensen's post went up, Rooster Teeth put out a public statement.
Wait. I actually did not even read that statement. Structural this. Oh no. I wish I read this statement back then because I'm already seeing one of the lines saying DEI consultant. Oh my god, I'm already reeling.
Apologizing for hateful and hurtful behavior and promising internal changes. They paused some content to reconnect internally. Former employees and fans had, of course, the same response. Is real change actually going to happen at this point? The answer was no, and Rooster Teeth officially shut down in 2024.
And now it's basically gone. Wait.
Happen at this point? The answer was no, and Rooster.
And it says Warner Bros. Discovery in talks to sell shows like Ruby, Red vs. Blue, and Genlock and will shop the Roost Podcast Network. It's always Warner Brothers, man. It's always Warner Brothers. It's always Warner Brothers. God damn it. Fuck Warner Brothers, man.
Rooster Teeth officially shut down in 2024.
And I hate that they own the Batman property.
Fullscreen came up in the early 2010s as one of the biggest general MCNs on the platform. By 2013, they were running more than 15,000 channels and pulling over 2.5 billion monthly views, big enough that Otter Media, a joint venture between AT&T and the Sherman Group, bought them for...
Actually, it's always BlackRock through Warner Brothers. Oh my god. Also, we just heard the mention of AT&T, which if you know, AT&T owns Warner Brothers Discovery. Oh my god, man. It's all connected. It's just all connected at this point. All these companies are the same. Fuck.
Somewhere in the mid...
Wait, they buy out remaining full-screen Crunchyroll owners. Fuck, it's all connected, man. It's all connected.
Millions in 2014. But there was a problem they didn't want to talk about. You see, a big chunk of the views and money flowing through the network was coming from cover songs. Creators singing popular songs, uploading them, and making money through full-screen system. And nobody had bothered to get licenses for any of it. And in August 2013, the National Music Publishers Association filed a copyright lawsuit against Fullscreen. In it, it stated that Fullscreen was making money off ads running on unlicensed cover songs and videos across its partnered channels, taking money from music that belonged to publishers and songwriters without even paying a cent. The president of NMPA, David Israelite, said copyright infringement and
Wait, his name is David Israelite? Dude, that's gotta be embarrassing.
Licensed music was endemic to the MCN industry. And he was right. Cover songs were the most.
That's gotta be embarrassing to have your last name basically be named after a country.
Music was endemic to the MCN industry. And he was right. Cover songs were the most watched content on YouTube at the time. And MCNs like Fullscreen had built an entire revenue stream on top of them, without doing any of the
Everything is owned by everything else, which is all owned by BlackRock. BlackRock basically controls the entire world at this point. Fucking Rockenrooks.
basic legal work. On the same day they sued Fullscreen, the NMPA announced a settlement between a rival MCN, Maker Studios, over the same issue. Maker agreed to pay publishers for past violations and licensed music going forward. By 2018, Fullscreen started dropping creators, while at the same time YouTube had tightened up the rules on which channels MCNs could represent, and how strikes were counted against networks. And at the same time, another MCN was dropping creators for a similar reason, Coarse. Coarse initially started as a gaming company, running little community sites like Gamepedia and add-on managers, and it focused on gaming channels with what creators generally described as fair revenue splits and solid DMCA support. A Reddit thread compiled experiences from dozens of creators and figured out what had happened. You see, YouTube changed how community and copyright strikes were counted per MCN. Under this new system, strikes from any partner channel could count against the entire network, which meant every small channel was now at risk. Coarse was dropping creators of all kinds of sizes except for the biggest ones, so they of course started cutting channels in the thousands, but also in the tens of thousands, but also in the low hundreds of thousands. So Coarse was really only prioritizing the big creators that were obviously trained enough to not get copyright strikes out the wazoo, and was just trying to protect their own brand. Which, to play devil's advocate, I honestly have to understand. If YouTube is making a policy change that is drastically going to affect an MCN's outcome, the MCN has to do whatever they can to stay afloat. So in the end, thousands of small and
Hey, quick question. What religion do you think most of BlackRock Twitch will not let me finish this question? Scientology. There you go.
mid-sized creators got emails saying they were being released, but not because they did anything wrong, but because keeping them around was now even more of a risk.
Oh wait, there's one more?
Freedom branded itself as the beginner-friendly MCN. No lock-in contracts, flexible payments, and you can leave whenever you want. They promised monthly payouts through PayPal or bank transfer, even for tiny earnings. And their whole pitch went after smaller channels and creators who couldn't hit Google's AdSense payment thresholds on their own,
So what's the catch?
or who were scared of copyright strikes. Hell, I even joined just to have the Freedom intro in my videos when I did YouTube in middle school, except that's not the only thing I got. In 2015, a forum posted on YouTube Talk started laying out a serious problem. Channels partnered with Freedom were using the network's content ID system to mass claim other creators' videos. Freedom eventually pulled the abuser's content ID access after enough people complained. But the fact that their system let this all happen, and it took creators to complain to actually get it to be fixed, tells you everything about how much oversight was actually going on with this company made for small creators. Then there was the infamous money problem. You see, in 2018, a Reddit post titled, "Do not join an MCN," specifically the Freedom MCN, broke down how one creator lost what they calculated as 90 days of expected revenue over 3 months after joining. And in 2021, YouTube itself shut down its partnership with Freedom due to policy breaches. Creators got emails telling them to switch to AdSense or find another network. Guess there wasn't much freedom there. Another important thing to note about these MCNs is that their whole business model was a scam within itself, because you have to think, if they're taking all the ad revenue from other YouTubers, it's not really their ad revenue, but on paper, because of their company, they're able to look like such a massively profitable company because they're getting millions and millions of views and hundreds of thousands of dollars from tons of different creators. So then they go shop that around for other venture capitalists to put in real money, while the venture capitalists have no idea that the money that the creators are getting is actually from the creators and not from the MCN. The MCN is just the puppeteer holding them all together. And then eventually, once the MCNs get enough capital funding, they eventually leave and let the other people that have the company let it die. What's interesting about MCNs is they only existed because YouTube at the time needed them. So to have these MCNs at the time, they were a really important thing for large and small creators to actually get paid. In conclusion, these networks were supposed to be the bridge between creators and the platform, the thing that made YouTube sustainable for people who just wanted to make videos for a living. Instead, they became the middlemen who took more than they gave, promised more than they delivered, and disappeared the second the money stopped making sense.
God damn. Nowadays, you don't really need an MCN anymore. I don't think, nowadays, I think most people need like a sponsorship agency or an ad agency just to survive, making content creation on YouTube. For the most part, I don't think, you don't need an MCN anymore. That much is pretty much just gone. But I actually wouldn't be surprised if there's still MCNs out there. Can anybody name any recent MCN out there that's actually doing their job right? To be honest, even I can't tell you. Anyways, just real quick, I just gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Or just get a lawyer to look over things for you. Exactly. But anyways, I'm just gonna be right back real quick. I just gotta go to the bathroom real quick. But we'll be back, and then there's like a couple of other videos we want to look at, and then we're gonna be playing a little bit of Power World. So I'll be right back. All right, we are back. So we are here. There's actually something I also want to show you guys. I've been seeing this pop up on my timeline every now and then, but it seems people had an issue with this particular program that was released by Leaflet. So for those who don't know, I am somewhat pretty cool with Leaflet. Me and her have actually collaborated in the past. And I will say I am trying to work out a possibility of us collaborating together. We are looking towards making that happen. It just depends on when our schedules can line up. But I am hoping we can essentially make something like that happen. But anyways, so recently Leaflet actually released something pretty nifty. So they've been hard at work releasing like a demo, which I believe it's to try to, create that bridge between PNG tubing and Live 2D. And essentially it's a program called Adventure. And in this, you can make a model in less than 30 minutes and add new emotes in less than 5. This is something that you can already experiment with. There is a demo you can find on her website right here. So I'm not going to play the entire video, but I'll just give you a quick look as to what this can do. There's also a QR code if anybody wants to scan that with their phone. As you can tell, it's a little bit finicky, especially with that missing gap over here.
Hey, what's up, guys? Leaflet here. I'm making a new VTuber system that is between PNG tubing and Live 2D. And what it is it's a tracked model that only has specific states that captures your voice and your emotive state. And what it does is it allows you to be more expressive as a PNG tuber, and also allows you to do really, really cool emotes and do them really, really, really fast. So a little bit of context. I can make these models in under an hour, including a bunch of emotes with them. And anyone can do it once we have the system set up. So the system goes like straight from concept. It has all of the tools like to key everything and to set up everything and to export everything.
As you can tell, it's a little bit finicky. I'm guessing there's still some tinkering and some polishes that they need to do. But for what it was able to essentially accomplish, it was pretty cool. Like, I kind of like when AI essentially does things like this, where it's essentially trying to basically make things a lot easier, because I can imagine there's probably some creators out there that can't afford, like, a Live 2D model, because, for example, it would probably cost like upwards of like maybe to upwards of about $100 to maybe thousands of dollars as well. Like, for example, with this particular model that I have here, I did have to pay about like 1,800 Australian dollars in total, spanning from like, art and rigging together. So it's not really a situation where everybody has, the financial stability and the means to essentially get something like this. Tracks your emotive state, and it's the most monotone person on the planet. I'm sorry, Leaflet. It's Mild saying this, not me. But anyways, this is actually pretty cool. And it also depends on the person. You can probably get better use. There's probably people out there that could essentially get better uses out of it. Now, there is a little bit of an update. I think it was under this particular post right here where she's showing, Leaflet is showing like a demo of how this particular program works. If you go to the quote tweets over here, there's a lot of people that are mad. So I'm going to go over a few of the posts here that are essentially people being mad. Here's this one that says, "I hate this. There are hundreds of free VTuber models and assets out there made by artists. You do not need AI to be a VTuber." The thing is, sure, you're right, but it is an option. The thing is, there do exist free VTuber models out there, and there are definitely assets out there. But what happens when someone wants to create their own that isn't using other assets out there? There is an option right here, and it's also free. And also, you also fail to consider that this is also being created, this particular program is technically being created by artists. Here's another one. As a VTuber who started with $0 budget, I think you are pathetic. Yeah, big talk, huh? Here's the thing. I started with a $175 budget. And even then, if I had this years ago, I would think this would be cool. Sees AI and immediately starts shitting themselves. Here's this other V-tweeter. Nah, this is gross and literally a slap in the face to artists everywhere who make customizable models / cheap pre-made models to use. If I see any of my mutuals using this shit, I'm blocking you. Funny. So you're going to be defending a lot of the artists that basically ghost their clients and just charges them too much dollars just to make a simple model? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. The thing is, if artists make the communication process a lot easier for people that are looking to get models from them, they wouldn't be in this position in the first place. AI is essentially helping people not have to deal with that bullshit because there are artists out there that are essentially making it harder for them. Why do you think it exists? If you want this to not exist, artists have to basically start biting the bullet and having communications be made much easier with them. Be professional. Don't be a cunt. To every artist who has and also attempted to scam me in the past 12 months, fuck you, I will use this amazing piece of software. See, here's someone that gets it. And Mr. T predicts it. Now for the dozens that always talk to me saying how they wanted to start a channel with an avatar, there's no excuse anymore. The options is immensely open up thanks to software like this. Fuck you and fuck Gen AI. This is a spit in the face to all of the artists that built the community that you are supposedly a part of. Okay, I gotta ask Cookie Hana. Oh. And I'm basically seeing that Cookie Hana had blocked me. I did not even notice. But let me ask you a question. Are you a Pippa fan? Did you know that Pippa essentially created an entire generation for Face Connect using generative AI, and then they created actual art based on those generative AI designs? When it's used for purposes like that to create ideas, are you anti-AI then? That's a very good question. It pains me to see the amount of people praising the use of Gen AI and saying they want to use stuff like this for VTubing. You're destroying the very people that built the community to begin with. I started with a free model, then the $30 customizable one. One of those AI designs went on to join the company. Exactly! Not only that, also on this point right here, what you seem to be forgetting is that this is an option. You have the option to not go with this and just leave it alone. If you want to get a free model and then a $30 customizable one, fine, that's your right. But if there's anybody that wants a better option to possibly get something that feels like it's their own, there's an option right here. Especially if you don't have any money to afford one. There was another one I saw. Oh, there's Giannis. What a cool tool. Not just for new creators, but also as an option for established VTubers who travel. I personally know a lot. No, I don't have a laptop that can run my rig plus stream, but this looks to be a lot less resources and equipment intensive. There's another option too. There's people out there that essentially can't afford 2 PCs. You know how a lot of big streamers essentially have like 2 PCs? One that is basically their streaming setup, and one that basically runs their games. Don't you think it would be viable to have something that runs on less resources and makes it easier on your computer? Wouldn't that be something that people want? I thought people essentially wanted optimization on their games. Why is it now that they can't have that? Oh, because AI is used? You can tell just from quote retweets how heavily they want to gatekeep this community. Not very inclusive, guys. I think there's probably a reason for that. If you support this, unfollow me right now, please. There's so many free options, and I myself have been donated customizable models from kind people to start as a VTuber. You don't need this AI garbage. I mean, you're right. You don't need this AI tool over here. But at the same time, you probably should be understanding as to why people are going for this particular option right here. Former League of Legends game designer, ladies and gentlemen. This is so pathetic, it's not even funny. I mean, creating one of the best MOBAs of a good time before it went to shit when she eventually left. I don't know. I still thank her for creating Ari. I'm just gonna say it. If you use Gen AI for VTubing, you're not a VTuber and you deserve to be blacklisted. It's not hard to find free assets. It's not hard to find cheap art commissions. It is hard to make art, and that's why it costs so much. Well, here's the thing. You can also use AI to create ideas when you're in a creative mental block. Something tells me you just don't like the idea of having things easier for yourself. Also, there's probably a bunch of artists out there that use Gen AI to create ideas for them. They just won't tell you because they know how much people give a shit. The only thing required to be a VTuber is to not show your face. Exactly! This one just says free block list. Okay, where's my block list, huh? Block me. First of all, really ugly. Even the simplest PNG looks nicer than this. Second, budget? Not free? There's a lot of customizable models and free assets around. Okay, they are out there, but what if they want to go with this particular tool because it'll give them more options? Just saying. Just stop making excuses and saying that we are gatekeeping VTubing and admit that you're just lazy. I don't know. Are you saying also getting free models and customizable models is also being lazy? That's probably not the own that you think that it is. You can use AI to steal art and rehash it into a VTuber model, or you can focus on the things that matter. I'm still using a crappy pixel model I drew and rigged myself 4 years ago. But I built a community by focusing on content. Your model doesn't matter, your actions do. On this point, you can use AI to steal art and rehash it into a VTuber model. How exactly is it stealing if when it comes to the purpose of art, it's already taking from something that's already done before? In some ways, great artistry is coming from copied ideas. This makes no sense. The one thing you are right about is that you can build a community based on focusing on your content. So if you have an option which can help you focus on your content, what more do you need? Blocked about 19 mutual followers out of this person. Absolutely disgusting. I'm not even going to bother DMing them to warn. There is no excuse. Their bio is literally most racist VTuber, not to mention the AI slop they post. You're talking about the Black VTuber Awards that was inherently racist in and of itself? Yeah, right. Sloptuber system. Customizable models are already budget. At least they're made by humans and don't look like shit. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna come back to this particular point right here because I want to show something. People are giving this shit, but I see it as an early concept that has promise as a great tool. Get an artist to give you the files for this, then you can use it to help you. It seems like a great idea. People can rag on me all they want, but I do pay my artists and work with them extensively. But I also love seeing tech and tools expand to help folks. This right here, this is someone that gets it. This is someone that gets it where AI can essentially be used as a tool to help you in your content journey. This is what I'm talking about right here. And it is an option if somebody is experiencing, if they're experiencing a case where, they don't have any money to fund a VTuber model for themselves, this is another option for them. Or, like all these other people are complaining about, there's free models out there, there's customizable models out there. But this is an option for you. Now, this one right here, where she's like Sloptuber system, customizable models are already budget, at least made by humans and don't look like shit. I'm gonna show you something. Because one of the most popular VTubers right now that uses a customizable model, this one right here, what do you think happened when she essentially started using this customizable model when she's building an already new model? The person that made this tried going after Powder for a clip that she made. It was a clip that she released where it was basically accusing her of being racist. People already hated Powder because of the whole copyright, what is it? The VTuber model copy drama or whatever. Which, you know, it's already happened. It's done. It's gone. This is an example of someone using a budget model, but they hate the person that's essentially using the model. Even so much so that the original person that made this customizable model tried going after her. You just can't please these people, man. You just cannot please these people. Honestly, I hate these people, man. It's like they'll complain, but they'll still find a way to complain. AI is here. You can't put that genie back in the bottle. It's going to be used and experimented in different ways, whether you like it or not. Some for good, some for worse. I'm sorry, but you're not hacking wholesome, 100% Chungus. You mean back my free thing, right? Man, it's just so funny seeing the amount of complaints like this, man. I'm just seeing if there's any more comments we could probably look at about this thing. Probably not. Huh. Hold on. I actually have a video we could potentially watch. I have not seen Abroad in Japan for a while, but apparently he put out this video 2 hours ago. So I'm wondering what this could be. Alright, let's go check it out.
Have you ever watched Abroad in Japan and thought, man, wish I could hang out with Natsuki for a day? I know I certainly have, and I've met him once or twice. Hello! As Japan's most eccentric man, Natsuki means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. To some, he's a rock star, a chart-topping musician. Some see him as a reasonably priced hitman, doesn't always make the mark. Or a Yakuza underling who doesn't pay his debts. He's a man who seemingly conquered the unconquerable, from climbing Mount Fuji at the ripe old age of 50 to mastering the complex acrobatic skills of an indoor wind tunnel. Others see him as a sort of Mr. Miyagi figure of unbridled knowledge and wisdom.
What is this character introduction? What is going on?
Walks off, fuck off. But above all, Natsuki is genuinely one of
Chris Broad spent 10 years in Japan and never once learned Japanese. Right? That's such a valid criticism. The last few times I went to Japan, I at least knew a little bit of Japanese. But my problem was I always had to carry around a book that had, like, you know, the hiragana chart and the katakana chart, just to help me at least read Japanese a little bit. I think at some point before I go back to Japan, I would at least, if I was to live in Japan, or if I go back to Japan again to visit, I'd at least want to learn the language a bit better. So probably at some point when, funding allows me, I'll probably be able to attend a Japanese class. I would actually like to do that.
one of the most kind-hearted, awesome people that I've ever met. A man who not only lights up every room, but actually lights up in every room. And ultimately, I'm bloody lucky to call him my best friend. To be able to go off for 13 years together and have these adventures, living vicariously through Natsuki along the way, has been one of the absolute highlights of doing this. In an often bleak and turbulent world, knowing there's someone out there like Natsuki, a wholesome guy with infectious enthusiasm for life, who brings joy to people around the world. To me, he kind of feels like the antidote to lots of bad things. But unfortunately, like all of us, Natsuki's not getting any younger. This year he turns 53 years old, and there's still so much that he wants to do. The world is a pretty big place, after all. And in the years ahead, Natsuki wants to travel outside of Japan more, meet people around the world, in every continent, share his hard-earned wisdom. And I want to help him do that. I want to come along for the ride. So this summer, we're actually kicking things off by doing a brand new series outside of Japan, taking our first trip of hopefully what will be many to come. Now you might have heard of Japan's rental culture, where you can rent people for a day. It could be a boyfriend, girlfriend, dad, mum. It's been covered quite a lot in the media in recent years, and I'll be completely honest with you, it's not as big.
Oh god, rent a girlfriend, everybody.
Thing in Japan, as many people actually think. It's sort of been blown out of proportion a bit by Western media. That's a story for another day, though. But in some respects, it's the closest thing to what we want to do, albeit outside of Japan. We want people to be able to spend a day with Natsuki, to challenge him, teach him something new, or learn something from the man himself. We're looking for ideas, people, stories that are unique, a bit random, and dare I say, not too much of a travel insurance cost. Maybe you want to let him run your business for a day, turn your company around, or run it into the ground. Maybe you need a new teacher for your school, somebody to investigate your haunted castle. Maybe you need a new bandmate, or a bodyguard. Maybe you work in an extreme job and you just want to challenge Natsuki or solve a problem with a fresh perspective. Now, to be honest, if you're...
Okay, I just had the stupidest idea ever. If I could, what if we got this guy Natsuki to be Zheelious for a day? Could you imagine how funny that would be if I could actually get him to be Zheelious for one day? I feel like that would be the funniest thing ever.
Your idea is, I want to get drunk with Natsuki down the pub. It probably isn't going to happen. We probably won't pick that one. Likewise, if your idea is, I want Natsuki to do my exams, dump my girlfriend, and get drunk with me in a room, in that order, again, it probably won't happen. Well, probably. It could be quite interesting. But anyway, point is, we still need a compelling story or situation that we can get stuck into. And of course, you're not actually renting Natsuki for a day or two. Let's make that clear. That would be morally wrong, legally wrong, and you certainly couldn't afford the dry cleaning bill. What this is a
well, shit.
chance to hang out with Natsuki for 24 hours, 48 hours. We're going to pick the best ideas and then we're going to go out on the road and follow Natsuki as he completes these challenges, as he meets people around the world and the chaos unfolds. We're hoping to get 5 or 6...
I'm going to hire him to teach Chris and Connor Japanese. Oh my god, that actually would be really good. That actually would be really good.
Episodes out of Series 1, a series we're calling Natsuki the Man Out of Japan, releasing later this year. I'll level with you, it is quite daunting doing anything new or bold or stupid these days. The YouTube algorithm often punishes originality. People tend not to click on unfamiliar ideas and then the platform just does not promote or share the video. But honestly, I know I'll regret this if we don't try and do it. And unsurprisingly, nobody was mental enough to sponsor such a ridiculous idea. And it's for that reason that this series is going to be an Abroad Japan Patreon-backed project where we'll be sharing a behind-the-scenes production diary of the chaos over
Of course, it's going to be a
all the best things
Patreon-backed
Abroad Japan
project.
have happened thanks to our amazing Patreon community, allowing us to take creative risks.
Wait, hold on. 60 plus episodes Journey Across Japan, 10 plus episodes Wacky Weekend, feature-length Natsuki the movie. What the fuck? The fuck is this?
If Abroad Japan's ever made you laugh, inspired a trip, or you just want to make a 53-year-old Japanese man's dreams come true, please do consider supporting us on Patreon. And obviously, the bigger the budget we get for this, the more we can do both this year and the next. But for our first destination this summer, we wanted to do it somewhere that was vaguely familiar. And for that reason, we've chosen the UK.
Okay, wait. Oh, so they're going to the United Kingdom next. Oh gosh, good luck with that. Should we get Natsuki to teach him about the politics of Keir Starmer and all this other bullshit? Oh my god. Make sure Uka's not watching the stream, man.
UK in all its glory. But regardless of where you are, head on over to rentnatsuki.com, a real website that we've set up for this. Fill out the application.
Wait, you can actually rent this?
Application form. Let us know your idea. Given this first test series, we'll be filming later next month. Naturally, we'll be going through the UK applications first. And if you're outside the UK, which statistically you probably are, do let us know your ideas because we'll start reviewing them for the larger, bigger series that lies ahead. After all, Season 1 is very much a test run before we travel to more exotic lands. I mean, from
oh my god.
next series, we're hoping to tackle an entire continent, not just one country. But best of luck to everybody who takes part. Thank you as always for watching, guys, and keep an eye out. Next week we've got the most incredible road trip with Natsuki, actually.
Now he's gonna probably get stabbed by a foreigner in London. Oh, poor guy. I'm sure Natsuki is like a very nice man, but dude, poor man. If there was like wait, so there's like an actual website now? I'm actually gonna look at this. Rent a Natsuki, man out of Japan. Rent her for a day and let the chaos unfold. So tell us your idea using the application form. The more detailed, the better. We handpick our favorite ideas and get in touch with the chosen applicants. You and Natsuki spend the day together bringing your idea to life. We capture the chaos, the fun, and everything in between. Edit it into an episode and share it with the world on the AIJ channel. So essentially, if I was to fill out this form, what would be the funniest thing to put? It has to be something they can do in Australia if they do like a season on it. I think the funniest thing we could probably get him to do, there is a thing in Australia where there is the outback. Basically have him go to the outback areas of Australia and he has to survive there, which also means having to survive against the spiders and the snakes and all this sort of stuff. That would be a big one. Or the other thing that they could potentially do is to essentially get past a protest that happens in certain states. Oh my gosh, there's so many ideas there's so many Australian ideas you could potentially do with this. Oh my gosh, that would be so funny, man. Let's not knowingly put him into actual danger. Obviously not, but there's so many ways this could go. Honestly, my thing would have just been, okay, you just be me for a day. We show you the ropes of how to do streaming or some shit like that. Which probably would be boring. Because they probably want the most exciting ideas or some shit. Anyways. I don't think there's anything else to react to, so, the only other thing I could probably point out is that, this is actually the reason why I'm not going to stream Nikkei. Because for a sponsored dream, because Tomoe was doing like a sponsored stream, and her stream got age restricted, and not only that, she gets a warning from Twitch. And the only reason she got like this warning was because in Nikkei there's a summer event going on. And the thing is, other streamers out there have done this summer event on Twitch, and so far from what we know, they were not hit with this warning like Tomoe did. Which is so weird. Honestly, I just don't get it. Anyways, I'm gonna launch Twitch, making it very clear that they hate anime women. They probably hate anime men if that's even a thing. Anyways, I'm probably gonna launch Pal World. Alright, let's go launch Pal World. Can somebody change the stream type? Can somebody change the stream category to Pal World, please? I'm just gonna set up the game real quick. See if this works. Man, Game Capture does not want to do shit. Thank you, Fouls. Alright, let's transfer the game. Technically, from what I'm hearing, everyone's already playing this game, so I'm basically no different by basically joining in on the fun. But this is technically my first time essentially playing through Pal World. Hold on, I'm just gonna check the settings real quick. What's the... Okay, so presets high. Borderless. Windowed. I'm gonna go with windowed mode. And then view distance, that should be fine. I think the rest of the settings could be fine. Hold on, let me just check the sound settings real quick. Okay, there is game audio. Let me just get rid of the stream audio. I'll be right back. No worries, files. Okay, let's see. I think the music might be fine. I'll just do this just in case. I'll have to see how loud this is going to be. Okay, it doesn't give like a... I kind of don't like that it doesn't give you a sound just to indicate when something is loud or not. Okay, what are the controls? I can potentially play this with the controller pad. I don't have any controllers connected, so I'll probably try a keyboard for a bit. If that's going to be bad, I'll probably switch to controller. Let's see. WASD, that's fine. Right. Okay, it should be relatively straightforward. Apply, change settings, or restart is required to apply the settings. That's fine. There we go. Off topic, you have Yomi Hustle, right? Yes, I do. I do have that game. If you ever decide to stream it, I wouldn't mind playing, even if it's on stream, because I've been picking it up more lately. Honestly, yeah, I actually wouldn't mind, honestly. That would be actually pretty cool. It would have to be during my days off, though. That's actually fair. I know Fals has Pal World as well, so if there's a chance I could essentially play a couple games with my moderators on here, that would be pretty cool. So, sub for a cool cat of a Pal World drop. The fuck is that? That's interesting. Anyways. Okay, I guess the first thing to do would be to start game. Alright, create new world. World name. Oh, okay, I got it. Quango Islands. I'll turn on multiplayer, why not? And crossplay can be on. Difficulty, we'll just leave it to normal. Disgusting difficulty. Oh, you can set this? Interesting. I think I'll just leave it as normal. Keep it standard. Check the invite code for this world on the option screen after starting the game. When playing co-op, the host performance may drop as more guests join. Makes sense. As such, players will be smoother with a host who has a high-spec computer. Okay, fair enough. Right. Yeah, so we're calling this Quango Islands. Let me just bounce real quick. Change player name. Let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna use this name. Let's go with my actor name. Oh, you have some presets. Oh, okay, interesting. Let's see. Okay, this customization screen is interesting. Okay. Fortunately, I can't make it any more white. Guess this will have to do. torso size. Slightly small. Be bulky. And a little bit less on the leg size. Yeah, this will do. What do you got for the face? Actually, honestly, this face looks fine. Unless there's something else we could do. That one's just rough. Yeah. The monk. Unfortunately, I can't make it any more white. Oh my god. Miles, I swear if you make that a clippable moment, I swear to god. That one's just, meh. Honestly, the first one I think is fine. Like, actually, I'm at work, so I can't right now. You'll probably, that probably means they'll just do it later. Which one do I go with? I think I'll go with this one. This one might be the best one. These are eye types. Yeah. That one you could just make the Anise face with that. Reptile. No, why would I ever do that? I don't know, Mild, you tell me. Top Clipper. I think I'll just go with this one. And then I'll make the eyes a bit of a brighter blue. I gotta at least make it something that looks like my character that's unmasked. Like, I essentially gotta make it look like that. I made one clip and it made me a top clipper. Yeah, I don't know why, but it just happened to do that. Eyebrow color, I mean, obviously, duh. Brow color, duh. Let's see. This one probably looks close. Trying to see which one would work. Have a look at this. I feel like that looks close enough. Black, duh. Unfortunately, it looks like you can't highlight it any other way. Sucks. Let's see, voice. This totally wouldn't be clipped out of context, right? Right? Oh no, I'm gonna be creating so many clippable moments from this, aren't I? Hold on. I'm just trying to get a gauge of the voice. Just trying to find the right one. Yeah, that one probably not. Is there no yeah? Honestly, I feel like this one could be the best one. Alright. Switch equipment display. What does that do? I guess not. Alright, I think this is the one we'll have to go with. Character creation complete. Ready to start the game? Yes. I think it might be too quiet for everyone. Hello? How did I land up here? The towers are the key. The tree holds the truth. Now soon until we capture the human characters. Don't ask me that. I'm not the creator of this world. Maybe. This kind of feels like a little bit of Monster Hunter a little bit too. I mean, look at me. Now I look like an actual Greek god. Let's go. Activate a great eagle statue to unlock fast travel. You can throw a pal sphere, which looks like I don't have any right now. Guessing this is one of them. Pick up. That's the journal. You found a note from another adventurer. You can check their journey from the options screen. Ooh, treasure chest. Gold coin, arrow, medical supplies. That's right, because this is technically one of the only Pokemon-inspired games where it's essentially survival plus monster catching. It's literally what Pokemon could have been. Or at least could try to be. Okay, it looks like I have to activate a fast travel beacon. So basically doing something like what Final Fantasy XIV Online does. Exploration XP. We got some more exploring to do, folks. Alright. Unlock fast travel. Yes! Level up! Let's go! I am now level 2! That means I'm a baby. It's more like Pokemon meets Breath of the Wild. Probably. Oh, hello there. You shipwrecked? It's been a while since I've seen anyone who wasn't reeking of PAL. What does that mean? I was part of the scouting party, tasked with bringing back information about this unknown island to our homeland. This island is hell on earth. Everyone else is already gone. All of them snuffed out by ferocious pals. Jesus. Hey you, hand me that device you have over there. Oh, the one that I picked up? I've installed a survival guide for you. It's the fruit of our literal blood, sweat, and tears. If it helps even one person, then well, our sacrifices wouldn't have been for nothing. There are more than a few entries in there that are essential for survival here. So try to make good use of them while you can. Once you got those sorted, let's see. There's a small settlement just a short ways ahead. You should go there and see if they can help you. Be careful out there. Okay. It's more like Pokemon meets Breath of the Wild. Yeah, it probably does give that impression. But it's also giving a little bit of, Monster Hunter too. That looked like a battle stance, almost. Thankfully, I know how to fight. That's what I do for a living. See a couple of pals over there. Open the options menu with escape and check the survival guide. Okay. What should I do first? Main mission, set up a workbench. First, pick up fallen branches and pebbles to gather wood and stone. You can also collect wood and stone by punching big trees and rocks with your bare hands. Build a workbench and craft an axe and a pickaxe to gather resources more efficiently. Once you gathered enough materials, choose a location for your base and build a PAL box. Once you build a PAL box, that area becomes your base. As the level increases, make weapons and a PAL sphere, then start capturing wild PALs by weakening them first. Okay, so basically like Pokemon. PALs can be combat allies if taken with you, or provide labor if placed in your base. These are the controls. You can try to change the weapon, I see. Game might probably be easier to play on controller, if anything. Game objective. Unlock the secrets of this mysterious land while taking on the unknown forces who stand in your way. Defeat the bosses that lay claim to each other's region towers as you try to uncover the truth behind the origin of PALs. Build formidable bases. Try to capture the strongest PAL possible, or breed it yourself. Okay? Embark on a unique adventure with your PALs in this new world. Okay, so it says I'm supposed to build a workbench. Oh, there's wood I can pick up already. Open the build menu with B. Place a primitive workbench in the location of your choice, then use F to craft something with it. Probably means I'll have to... Let's just build it over here. Right here. Good building. Boom. Okay, that was easy. Now pick up fallen stone. Crafting an axe and pickaxe. Let me just pick up a little bit of that wood just in case. More wood. Let's see. Stones, 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 stones. Wait, did we have something over there? Run. Yes, that's right, run. Ooh, I think we need those. Thank you for the PAL sphere. Press Q to throw a sphere and capture a PAL. Weakened PALs are easier to catch. Makes sense. Once you have the necessary materials, craft a stone axe on a primitive workbench. Okay, so we need 4. Okay, so you can build a torch, a wooden club, a stone pickaxe, or a stone axe. So basically I'm going to need 10 of the materials. Five. Is it just me or does the walking sound weird? Wood. Look at all those chickens. Yes, I know I'm old. You're walking in grass, it usually sounds like that. It doesn't sound like that, does it? Maybe I'm just hearing it differently. I don't know why. It says I have unused stat points, so I'm guessing that means I can upgrade. I have to really explore the area just to find all of this material. Oh. I've got 10 fallen stones now. I think now I can essentially go back and build the stuff. Excuse me, don't mind me. It's passing through. It's passing through. I need that. Get that. Thank you. Alright, select recipe. Let's go with this. Build. Acquire. Go. And I have to build a stone axe next. Oh, and I have to basically pick up stone again? Even though I've just used it to build? Oh, I can use this to essentially do that. Since wood. Open your inventory with tab and boost stat. Any stat, it looks like. I just realized, are we not hearing any music in this game? Because normally in Pokemon you'd at least have some form of music. Options. Oh, these are your starters technically. Even though they're not really starters, but you get it. Let's see. I have no pals in party. Just enhanced stats. Let's go. I'm gonna increase my attack. Might be necessary. Open the technology menu and unlock the PAL Sphere technology. Oh, there's some other things you can unlock as well. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Mine the blue nodes on the beach to obtain a Paldium fragment. Produce a PAL Sphere from a primitive workbench. I already technically have one. Okay, so wait. It says blue nodes on the beach. This game has a map, right? Oh. Fuck, well that's fucking useless. How is that gonna help me here? It says blue nodes on the beach, so I'm assuming I have to go down towards the beach. Actually, hold on a second, guys. I'll be right back. I would hope it doesn't have maps. God damn it with your jokes. God damn it with your jokes. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back. I will say the game does feel slightly draggy just without any music. Let me just put on. I'll just put on the music playlist that I already have. I'll just put it at a quiet volume. Just so at least there's something. And then if there's a point where there will be in-game music, then I'll probably turn it off. Where exactly is the beach, though? Oh, there's some blue notes. That looks like blue notes. Maybe. Okay, I got some. Okay, so it looks like I didn't have to carry that too far. Ooh. Clearly the wrong spot to land. But is that the beach that makes you old? What do you mean? That the beach that makes me old? How would a beach make me feel old? If we're talking about a thing where I see something that I haven't seen in a long time, that would make me feel old. Okay, it looks like I got that. Then we have to attack a wild pal. It looks like I'll have to make a choice. It's already getting almost dark out. Chicken, sheep, or the fox? I am so sorry. Got one! God, that makes me feel so dirty. Unlock the PAL box technology. Oh, wait. Oh, crap, it's cold. Crap. Fire, 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 please. Okay, I gotta have something that can at least, I gotta at least have some clothes. Let's see. Unlock the PAL box technology. It's a reference to a meme video that refers to a really dumb M. Night Shyamalan movie where people get drafted into super... Oh, is it that? Oh my god, I remember seeing a Nostalgia Critic review of it. It was such a weird movie. I'm definitely gonna need that campfire. There's also a point I'm gonna need to pick up some more wood and maybe some fiber. I'm guessing the wool I have to get it from the sheep over there, the sheep pals. And I'm gonna feel so guilty. Okay. Place a PAL box. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna need some more wood. It's gonna be slightly cold. Wood, 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 wood. Wasn't there like wood somewhere? Oh. I'm just gonna go over to one of those trees and just do it. Okay, probably not that one. I sent you a link to the video. Alright, I'll go check it out. Miss. fire. Cold conditions, man. Not even once. Let's just put it over. Built it over here. And then I basically have to go build it. Right. Build. I'm gonna need some cold resistance here. The game could at least give me a give me a shirt. Alright, open a PAL box and deploy a base PAL. Right, looks like I got something here. Alright, looks like I've done that. Wait. Can you make an equip a torch? Oh wait, that's right, I forgot to do that. Couldn't I equip one? Oh, looks like it's not there. Oh, handheld torch. I need 2 wood and 1 more stone. Oh, and I'm apparently getting hungry. I need some stone. Okay, the heat is back. Right. I still don't have enough wood. I still need a stone. I still need wood. Surely the game could have given me some morning wood. There we go, we got some morning wood. Oh, the thing is I don't have food, technically. Alright, now we got our torch. Oh, wait. Wait, what does it mean open a PAL box? And deploy a base PAL. Oh, okay. I just put it in the wrong spot. Open inventory with tab and use food with thing to stave off hunger. Oh, we got some red berries over here. That doesn't feel like much, but okay. Capture a lamb ball. Oh, the sheep? Listen, I've been counting sheep lately. Sorry. We need at least 2 Pals without pal beds will get stressed. Wait, you have to build a pal bed? Build a wooden chest. Okay, so I have to capture 3 lamb balls. Oh wait, I need to build 2 more, balls. Okay, I'm gonna need some of that. Alright, give me some wood. Alright, give me some of that. Ooh, treasure chest. Give me some of that. We got a frag grenade, some gold coins, and some soul. And a small pal soul. Oh, there's not even... Is there even a way to unarm myself? I guess not. Alright. I'll just make 8 of these. Three, 4. Oh. Hello. And I'm getting hungry again. Thank you. Hold on, let's see, I have to open the... Oh, I can eat this. Let me have some of that. Thank you. The mutton was very fulfilling. Oh, I missed. Ooh. I think that's 2. Yes, I got 3. Unlock the cloth outfit technology and craft it at a primitive workbench. Then do the same to equip a common shield. Then do the same to equip a parachute, then press while jumping to use it. Okay, inventory, technology. Wait, what is it? The cloth outfit. That's it. Cloth outfit. Wooden chest I need. Owl dressing facility. Need that. Owl bed. Definitely gonna need that. Shoddy bed, gonna need that. Unlock the cloth outfit. Technology to craft it at a primitive workbench. Wait, but it looks like I can't craft it yet. But it looks like I can't build clothes yet. Holy wow. They're working hard. Anyways, how do I... I think I'm missing something. Oh, I think I know. I need to craft some cloth. Thank you. Alright, so I got 2 of that. But fiber is another issue altogether. Is fiber something that I have to... How do you get fiber? Yeah, how do you get fiber is the question. I'm guessing there's someplace I have to go to get fiber. Does anybody know how to get fiber? Maybe the chickens, maybe? Oh, it just has an egg. Alright, give me the chicken. There we go. I just get an egg and meat for that. How do you get fiber? Just get wood from that. Oh. There we go. I'm getting fiber. I just literally have to cut trees. Dang, that was all I needed to do. The easiest way to create a rope is to strip off bark and then braid the plant fiber. Yeah, it took me a minute. Still need one more. Just have to wait. You take some of the berries. So basically I have to work with this almost like Minecraft logic. Oh, I think I have too much. Oh, I think I have too much inventory. Hold on. I gotta enhance stats. A little more weight. More work stat. All right. Start production. Thank you. There we go. Now it looks stylish. You've been streaming for 4 hours now. Oh, I have! Now do the same to equip a common shield. I've been streaming for about 4 hours now, huh? That's pretty good. What is it? Common shield. I need to unlock that. Then I also have to unlock a parachute, right? Looks like parachute's not there. Alright. Just gonna build this wooden box. Thank you. Base for upgrade. Thank you. So I'd like to build a campfire, a shoddy bed, and a repair bench. Over here, how do I build a shield? So I got a couple wood, I got a couple stone, I gotta get more fiber, and I gotta get more palladium fragments. That should be easy to do. Ooh, hungry. Inventory. I'm just heading over more towards this area because that's where you can get some palladium fragments. But there's also a spot where you can essentially get some trees. I think the pickaxe works better for stone. These work better for trees. You're weighing down by carrying too many items. Okay, I should probably... Since I built a wooden chest, I can essentially go down and I can store some stuff in the... what is it? The wooden chest. Alright, open. Ah, did it drop? Give me that. I was trying to put you in here. Let's see. Medical supplies. Arrows, since I don't need that. Egg, probably might need that. Still... Still held down by too many items. What is it? Take half. I just need to take half, and that's all I need. You could put the stone, wood, iron, etc. You can craft things while the resources are in the chest. Oh, so if the resources are in the chest, I can still use them? I just gotta go get some more blue crystals. As long as you're in the radius of the blue circle. Okay. Okay, there's circles over here. I'm probably gonna have to mine for a lot of palladium fragment, gimme. You can also quick deposit items that are already in the chest. Not sure what it is for keyboard and mouse though. Oh! Oh, that's just an elephant. I'll come back to you later. Not after you right now. I don't know, it's probably not a good idea to basically mine it until it explodes, unless it still does it anyways. Yeah, it probably still does it anyways. Elephant. Alright, now I just gotta go back. Ooh. Wood. Gimme, gimme. I'm probably gonna need a little bit more in the stamina area. Alright. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Got more stones. Why does it almost feel like I'm playing just basically Minecraft but Pokemon? You know, I kind of see now where Cobblemon, for example, essentially got its inspiration. I think we know who to thank for that one. Alright. Build. It's got not a lot of stamina left. It's definitely going to need a bed. Thank you. Ooh, that would essentially make it too hot. What is it? Open chest. What is it? Move half. I gotta at least build some bed. It needs more fiber. Right. It's alright, I got you, I got you, I got you. It's okay, I don't need any more. Build, 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 build. There we go. And now I can essentially sleep. Right, inventory. I'll take an egg. A nom. Let's see. I'm gonna switch. Alright, I'm gonna give them a break, because they deserve it. You deserve a meal. There you go. Right. Oh, it's gonna need another one, right? Usually, do most streamers stream for 4 hours? It's usually that streamers stream for about 4 hours at least. Alright. There we go. I'm just gonna get a bit more, looks like I gotta get a bit more, fiber again. Fiber's like the hardest thing to get, honestly. It says here, do the same to equip a normal parachute. Wait, what does that mean? Okay, so I equipped a normal shield. Wait a minute, where's the shield? Oh, there it is, right here. Okay, so it's just there. Never mind. How do you build a parachute? Alright, now they're just asleep. I'm probably gonna need to build a bed for myself. I think I know where I'm gonna build it. Build it indoors in a foundation with a roof. Damn it. Looks like I can't do it unless I have a house. Okay, here's the question. How do I build a parachute? Oh wait, so I can only build... Oh, so it looks like I have to build a parachute at level... I have to get to level 5 first. So... Oh, I just summoned my pal. Oops. Okay, so that means I gotta get up to level 5. How's my level stats looking? I need at least a level 72 in order to do it. Fuck! Yeah, I'm probably gonna need controller for this. I'm probably gonna accidentally press, I'm so sorry. I actually didn't think I would feel guilty over battling monsters like this. I'm just gonna catch it. I can't. Alright. What's my level at now? I just need 2 more. Oh. I think it's just fainted. Okay. I'm so sorry. Also, well done, Kativia. Also, you can't name the... I'm guessing you can't name the Pokemon? Oh, sorry, the pals. I'm gonna need some stamina. I'm definitely gonna need that. And I think now I can equip the normal parachute. So I'm just gonna need some cloth. Thankfully I got enough just to make the cloth. Well done. And then, what is it? I have to go back here and build the parachute. Thank you. Press space while jumping the glide. Okay, there we go. Okay, find the small settlement and talk to the chief. Oh, looks like we're abandoning this. Aw. Alright, bye. Okay, using the glide actually uses stamina as well. So it looks like over there is where the small settlement is. People like at Pokemon, and right? You know, this game is basically just magical cockfighting, so Palworld responded, you know what? You're right. And actually made it feel like magical cockfighting. Yeah, there's some truth in that too. I mean, look, we have a literal chicken in here for crying out loud, so pretty much it is cockfighting. Okay, so I guess I'm hungry. Okay, need some of that. Actually, I'm gonna eat a little bit more. There you go. Full. So it looks like I'll have to go over there towards that small settlement, which is a pretty far distance, looks like. Alright, what's the point of sleeping? I mean, it's already morning anyways, but I'm guessing it will help with sanity. Right, I'm kind of having to look at the time, so here's what I think we're gonna do. Game will automatically save when returning to title. Okay, good. So, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. It is getting pretty late for me, so I think we'll call it there for the time being. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna return to this game tomorrow. Tomorrow is technically my 4th day of streaming, back to back. I think it's very clear that I should probably give myself a break every now and then. But yeah, from what it looks like, it definitely does seem like a fun game. Though it definitely also does feel like a game you should probably play with friends, on. I'm just seeing who's here in chat right now. Oh, you got like a couple of people in. Welcome to you guys. If there are any lurkers here who like what they see, you're more than free to follow, even subscribe, and all that good stuff. I think let's end the day today. I will be returning tomorrow. Juniper? Wait, I think that name sounds familiar. Is it Juniper Axias? Oh, that's the moth one. Dude, I always, the moth lady, yeah. I always loved her. I really like her design. I haven't watched a lot of her streams lately. That could be pretty cool to raid. Honestly, it does make sense to, ooh, actually, I think I know who we're gonna raid. I don't know if people recognize this, particular one. So we're gonna be raiding someone named Orisa Aurora. For those who don't know, she was previously, Kyoto, I think her name was. When she first came to the VTubing scene, her name was Kyoto. And, she was massively attacked by a lot of people. And it does suck what she's gone through. Actually, I'm kind of... Yeah, so we're going to go raid... Orisa Aurora is actually playing Palworld right now. And it looks like she's also playing through the game for the first time. So I think it'll be cool to actually send her some love, especially from the Zheelious crowd. Let's go do that. I'm pretty happy to do that personally. And for full disclosure for everyone, I will be back tomorrow at the same time, just for the last day of streaming, and then Monday is going to be a break. On Saturday, I will also be announcing on what 4 days we will be going live. So definitely do stay around for that. You'll definitely hear when I will be going live and which days I will be essentially taking a break. I will be doing streaming for a lot longer. I will be doing streaming for more days than usually what I used to do. I will be taking it a bit more seriously from here on out. If you guys like what you saw, make sure you go subscribe to my YouTube channel. Make sure you go check me out on X. I'm probably going to start doing some clips every now and then. And Mog, you definitely have some clips on this particular Palworld stream too, clips, so you definitely should be doing that. Or Fouls, either or, I don't care which. Apart from that, thank you guys so much for watching. I will be back tomorrow. I will see you guys tomorrow. Zheelious signing out.